their late-game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Now. Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush your styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Wait from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, now that Wu-Tang, I'ma burn up the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Oh, am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life.
This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with glue wall melter, freeze grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped EVOS in a room of death, and X4's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as Allen's perfectly timed M79 blast wiped them out in one calculated strike.
What a name!
Fluxo deemed Hotshot unworthy, raining Hellfire with the new Bolt Maker to chip away their health and secure a swift team wipe. Here is how the standings look. After another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS 2025, the race for the crown only grows fiercer. Salute the teams, for they are the architects of history. And next week, new legends awaits.
Here
at the Free Fire World Series. Doubt doesn't stand a chance, only determination.
Kalau tim saya mungkin underdog sih. Ya kalau di grand final ya kita konsisten lah. Ini tanah Indonesia dan pastinya tim-tim Indonesia termasuk gua sama RRQ pasti bakal juara.
Estamos hartos de ser la sombra de Brasil, ahora somos Latam.
O leste fala sobre legado, mas o oeste escreve história.
พวกเราจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองด้วยผลงานถึงเวลาเอาแชมป์โลกกลับบ้านแล้วครับ
Pressure can crush, pressure can crack, but pressure can also create strength. Only those who persevere can rise to the top.
কিন্তু নিচে থাকার দিন শেষ, এবার ঘুরে দাঁড়ানোর পালা।
This is our story of courage. This is how we crush doubt in the room of pressure.
Got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Watch out, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I will let ya. Razor sharp, really so hard.
In this arena, timing is everything. Move too early and you fall. Move too late, you're dead. With the best timing and strategy, even giants can bleed. Here are your CS highlights of the week. Games King and Joker lived up to their names. The true king and jester of FFWS.
Double kill.
Possible, but it finally falls into the hands of Joker. That's what we were looking for.
Games King, the one true king. He doesn't just play the game, he dictates
Double
it.
kill.
Finishes off that round. Huge plays being made by R7.
Allen blessed by Booyah, the guardian angel turned demon, a heavenly demonic snipe.
Triple kill.
In a single blast, he turned chaos into domination. Pax's meteoric grenade devastated E1.
First blood.
LBT, the apex predator of the arena. LBT is the lethal beast tyrant.
Looking to do it, and he does it. He's more stays.
Here is how the brackets look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS CS 2025. The fight for the throne never slows, it intensifies. Their names echo through the arena tonight. Comes dawn, new legends will take their shot.
With high hopes and expectations for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. They carrying the weight of expectations from fans, teammates, regions, and most of all, themselves. Some will rise and crush all doubts against them. Some others, they shake, crumbling under pressure. We'll witness how they face the burden of meeting those expectations through their own eyes.
अलग पाथ क्रिएट हो रहा था तो मनु का एक अलग पाथ क्रिएट हो रहा था कॉमन शाउट के बोला जाए ना लास्ट वर्ड অনেক জোরে वी बिलीव इन
একটা ছাদে নামতে ডাউন হেড আমার ডাউন সুন্দর আর কই
chạy chạy anh em bắn anh em
nó tắc nice
WAG and Red Hawks came in with massive support from their fans, but ended the day at the bottom of the standings. For some teams, day one was a harsh reality check. For others, it's just a smooth start beginning of their campaign.
Tá aparecendo vocês? É hora de gravação. Não deixe hesitação. Vai, mal. Amém. Bora. 0, 1, 2, 3, segue o fluxo.
Rapaziada, começando um vlog aqui no canal.
Tira. 70.
Tá dentro da bandeira.
70 no outro. Claro comigo, dei 100 na esquerda, veio um irmão. 100 no outro, tiro comigo, cara. Só marcando o outro, Joguei no outro também. Bota pra direita, vou voltar.
Brazilian defending champions, Fluxo crushing all doubts against them with a 178 points performance. Fluxo dominated day 2, and now it's up for everyone playing in day 3 to keep up.
ไปดูงานระดับโลก
รีบติดอะไรอ่ะ
We have a gift to you, so it's gonna give you lucky today.
Oh, really?
This is our gift for you. Esse é o nosso presente.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope
You like it?
Of course, I'm gonna like it.
Alright.
Say hello. Yeah.
Untuk in-game nanti akan dijelasin sama Lim, jabarin sama Lim di stat.
One team, one voice, one body, EVOS, roll!
มีสกิลอะไร2อ่ะสกิล2อ่ะมีอะไรนี่กูกดอันนี้ได้นะอันนี้ได้นะเข้าใจปะ
Builang EVOS, so!
Ingat, tidak ada orang yang cuma punya satu tugas. Apa yang terjadi di 3 minggu ini itu juga karena kau.
Viva!
Kanan. Ya udah gua ambil sini aja.
Kita potong-potong gitu.
Lu jagain aja.
EVOS, roll!
Tarik kanan, Cok. Kanan naik, Cok.
Fokus Arsenal.
Kapas kanan lagi.
Kanan naik. Oh, beda tim. Winning.
Kanan banget, 3.
Santai, brother.
สะดวกมาเป๊ะโดดมาเจอเลยซ้ายอะไรอย่างนั้นโมโหโดดเล่นกับเพื่อนหน่อยแกกูเล่นนี่นะแกกูเล่นกับแกโพสิทีฟป้ากูช่วยหน่อยช่วยเดี๋ยวโดนยังไงกูช่วยได้ไหมช่วยเยี่ยมtiga lagi dit oh benar Sedang.
To their own eyes, we'll see the journey continue. Who will crush doubts and burn bright to the grand finals?
burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I work. Got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher.
So, where do we start?
Well, a lot has happened in FFWS. Unpredictable upsets, unmet expectations, unfinished release.
We have no time to lose.
So, the defending champion Fluxo came to Jakarta with a statement performance, claiming 178 points in the first week and a whopping 34 eliminations from MT7.
Ooh, many teams will try to threaten Fluxo title defense. The question stands, who has the audacity to do that?
I think Movistar R7 Games King is the prime suspect here. Our intel found a very shocking comment from the LATAM Wonder King himself.
Fluxo, ya que en Liga una serie no fuera un rival para nosotros, entonces en la Free Fire World Series Finals Global tampoco será la exceção.
Sobre o Games King e todo o time dele aí da R7, eu acho que eles falam muito e dentro de jogo eles não entregam nada do que eles falam, eles não foram campeões na região deles, eles não têm bala e não têm histórico para falar de nós, eles são famosos star players que só falam e não fazem nada.
Last year, not a single LATAM team made it to the grand finals. Now, they challenge the champions.
Well, the West has certainly met their expectations, but the East, I don't think I could say the same for Buriram nor EVOS.
Despite recruiting Russia, the Wonder Kid might not be able to help EVOS escape their fate of missing out on grand finals again.
No, Indonesia already has one unlucky team. We do not need another.
What is the possibilities of 4 Vietnam teams qualifying for the grand finals?
Ooh, PE Sports is looking strong, while Gal and Heavy still looks pretty consistent.
PE Sports Mirror is leading the damage charts, and we have 2 MVP Booyahs for Heavy's new recruit, Alan.
Speaking of Alan, I think his ex-team needs to reevaluate their tactics, because WAG is struggling right now.
It's unfortunate for the champions contenders, Thailand, Team Falcons, and Buriram. But our Gamers Global have been crushing all doubts.
I know, right? AG earned a well-deserved Team of the Day on day one. But despite all the upsets and surprises that is happening in FFWS, that does not change the fate for some teams like Red Hawks, Red Cliffs, Hotshot, and Clear Vision who are still falling behind in point.
Well, 1 week for them, and one last sprint to the grand final.
Now, first, burn tight, I don't burn out. Crush stop sick of me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, told you only way is up, I don't go reverse.
¿Qué onda? Soy López de Nova Legion y bienvenidos al Kit to Hit.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Nero đến từ P Support. Chào mừng các bạn đến với Hit to Hit.
Pues creo que no hay mucho que decir quién es mejor. Yo creo que obvio que América, porque estamos por arriba de la...
พวกลาแทบอ่ะไม่ได้ตึงหรอกเดี๋ยวผมเล่นให้ดู
Em thấy khi mà ra thế giới thì em nghĩ là không có đội tuyển nào yếu hết.
Lux es el equipo actual campeón del mundo, pero ya creo que pasaron su tiempo y estamos acá para quitarle la corona.
Sempre falam a mesma coisa, mas 2 anos seguidos deu a lógica. Vamos fazer acontecer de novo nos cursos.
Eu acho que a região que mais tem que melhorar é a Ásia. Acho que são poucos times assim que dominam e eles têm que focar mais no endgame.
Với sự tham gia của 4 đội Việt Nam trong giải đấu lần này, chúng tôi sẽ chứng minh cho các bạn rằng khu vực Việt Nam không hề yếu.
เฮ้ยพวกเวียดนามอ่ะทำไมตอบสวยจังวะเฮ้ยเราเป็นคนเอเชียนะ
Y para todos los equipos asiáticos que quieren aprender cómo se juega de verdad, yo doy clases los jueves, no cobro mucho.
Hello teacher.
Para todos los equipos ahí, pongan las pilas, vamos a salir mucho más agresivos que la primera semana. Y ya, soy López de Nova Legion.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces bolt maker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Booyah United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and New Glue Mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Booyah United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style, sick of me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style, sick of me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, but I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turned it back on. Wings on me, I'm
The final stretch is here. 3 more days of action before teams find out if they're going to the Indonesia Arena or the airport. The time has come to witness the battle unfold.
AG, they need to stabilize somehow, but how can they as PE is on the low ground looking to breach that second floor?
Nero ignites the day, torching AG on their own turf, reducing their first-round hopes to ashes. Despite an explosive display from PE Sports, Team Solid snatches away the Booyah from their grasp.
Movistar's R7 and Della and Joker regret the decision. Cypher and G just get rid of 2 players off the bat.
Finally claiming their first Booyah in the FFWS Global Finals. All Gamers Global heralds their arrival to the world stage with a record-breaking 34 points performance.
R7 had other plans. Now their next opponent, E1. It's a rematch, but in a battle royale.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. After losing twice to R7 in the Clash Squad Swiss stage, E1 flips the script in a final battle for the Booyah.
Revanche é muito boa.
Fortune favors the bold, but the safe zone favors no one. Many teams suffocated as the safe zone shrunk, and even world-class teams like Fluxo and Team Falcons was put to their end by the invisible walls. Game 6 was a battle of wits and perseverance. PE Sports proved that the P is for patient as they play the waiting game to claim the final Booyah of the day. Week 2, Day 1 comes to a close with sick outplays, clutch headshots, and spicy duels all around. Capped off by a surprising leaderboard overtake, AG takes the top spot with only 1 Booyah to their name. Don't go anywhere as the heat only rises on Day 2 of Week 2 at the FFWS Global Finals.
What's up, survivors? Welcome back to Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025, live from Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yesterday, we started to see the grand finals puzzle take shape. Today, the pictures get clearer. And for some teams, it could be the last piece decides everything.
That's right, and today's team says it all. Desperate to burn bright, so there's no time, no mercy, only fire.
Yes, because from here on out, there is no room for hesitation. One good day can ignite a miracle run, but one bad round could end everything.
Now the safe line for all teams to achieve still hovers around 245 points, and every single match counts.
Now we're back with Lobby A and B, leading the charge. PE Sports and Team Solid look set to secure their top 12 spots.
Meanwhile, Booyah United has found a new life, proving that comebacks are always possible to do.
And just behind them, it's a battleground of nerves. Gao, Team Falcons, and Nova Legion, all walking that thin line between safety and elimination.
And the story doesn't just end there, survivors, because the home teams, EVOS Divine and RRQ Kazu, still have a lot to prove. It is now or never for these 2 giants to show that they belong in the top 12.
At the very bottom, Red Hawks, Red Cliff, Clear Vision, and Hotshot Esports know their chances are slim, but they are not going down quietly because in this stage, even desperation burns with purpose. No time, no mercy, only fire.
Now the final puzzle is almost complete, and every round today could change the outcome.
This is Week 2, Day 2 of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. And we are desperate to burn bright!
Now casters, take it away and good luck!
Thank you very much to our lovely hosts, Yunsu and Conchita. This is your pilot speaking, is Husky. Alongside Neptune, we are ready for Day 2, Week 2 of the knockout stage. It's Group A and B on the stage, 12 teams, and the fight for the final few spots to head into the grand finals next weekend. It's going to be an exciting evening, just as always, and I'm looking forward to see what these teams have cooked.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the theme for this tournament is to crush doubt and burn bright. But for those who won't be able to do that, will be crashing and burning after today, especially for those who will be saying goodbye out of the group. And before we head into tomorrow, we will be a few of the teams that would be determined to be out of the competition. So hopefully it's not your team that you're cheering off, but if it is, well, there will be more chances in the future. But right now, there's a lot of things that we want to see right now, how spicy the battlefield will be, because again, this is one of the days we're getting close to the end of the knockout stage. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there will be some teams who will be eliminated as we look at the overall standings at Gate.
Yeah, 100%. Some teams have already bitten the dust, but they can still make a difference. Overall standings in front of your screens right now, All Gamers Global right at the top, 248 points, followed by Fluxo, PE Sports. It's a very close competition at the very top. The front runners are all really going at it. But when we look back on this, when we look down the second page, some teams that we expected to really put up a good fight are still trying to find their strides. RRQ Kazu, especially EVOS Divine, who came off one of the most historical victories just a couple months ago on that world stage, are still trying to break even through into the 100-point mark.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, past the halfway mark and they still haven't hit that first century. And it's very difficult, really, for a team like EVOS Divine, that prestige. After EWC 25, there is so much of expectation from them, even from the qualifiers before FFWS Global Finals. So hopefully there's a time that they will be coming back, but there's still more that will be happening once we see them into this game. But before we go any further, let's take a look at what's going to expect in terms of map. We're going to start off with the newest map, which is the Lara in game number 1, followed by Kalahari, Nextera, Alpine, Bermuda, and lastly would be Purgatory for Day.
Yeah. Nothing beats starting off the day of Battle Royale with a wildcard factor, and Solara is definitely going to kick some of the teams in the hind if they are not prepared. This is a good tempo setter. Teams that have been consistent have shown that even if Solara isn't the best map, they can still rack up some points. But teams who have still been struggling up to this point really struggle on this map. And this is made a pretty good way for us to see how to kind of weed out the weaker teams and see who is going to be the projected teams to perform on today.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of projected teams, I was looking at some of the numbers, and in Solara, with the teams that we have, Group A and B, Team Solid seems to be quite solid in this map. They do have one Booyah already and 50 points into the bag in total. But before we go there, let's take a look at the entire list of teams that will be playing for today. Once again, I mentioned it's Group A and B, and we have two birds that is not the same. The Feather, we have Falcons and Red Hawks. We have Team Solid, GOWPE Sports, Premium United, Clear Vision. We have EVOS Divine, Hot Shots, Nova Legion, Red Cliff, and RRQ Kazu.
And some of these teams are expected to put up a good show, and even if coming into the global finals, they have had expectations placed on them and have not met them, they are still sort of on that list, right? Team Falcons being one of them. I think ever since EWC 25, there have been some questions asked, but this is also our fall season double winner, right? They scored a double whammy in Clash Squad and Battle Royale, and they're looking to repeat that from that underdog run, surprisingly. But we also have, Red Hawks, Team Solid, God of Wolf, who have shown us some sparks of brilliance. Red Hawk, unfortunately, even though that they are officially out of contention for the grand finals, but they can still make a difference if they play well today to really stall out the other contenders.
Yeah, definitely. But despite of them not really making it to the grand finals, this is the chance for them to really show off all those fans what they are built. What they're built off and what they're made of, because there's a lot of hype for that team. But speaking of hype, we also have some teams who has experienced a lot of hype, but all throughout the knockout stage seems to falter. We have Premium United and EVOS Divine coming from Southeast Asia. The team that didn't get that much hype when they got into the global finals is PE Sports, but look at their numbers now. They are part of the top dogs.
Yeah, it is pretty insane because PE Sports, they are trying to remind us that this has happened before at the start of a tournament, right? I remember fall season, PE Sports was also one of the few pack leaders, but people just didn't pay enough attention to them. But in the global finals, this means even more, especially to them as a region. Whereas for teams like BRU and EVOS, especially EVOS in this case, they haven't really shown us the same fire that they have just a couple months ago from EWC.
Yeah, we also have Clear Vision in here, though this is the first time for this week that they will be showing there's still more chances for them to move up compared to some of the teams that we have less chances of seeing. But let's take a look at Hot Shots right now. I mean, it's so unfortunate the team from Pakistan is not doing that well in most of the games that they have. Though, similar to what I mentioned for Clear Vision, they still have 12 matches to play. So 6 for today, 6 for tomorrow, and more chances for them in getting all those points. But part of this list is also RRQ Kazu. Imagine they might not be on the top of our leaderboard, but they have less game and they are averaging around 40 points per match. Or 14 rather, 14 points per match, and they have hit top 3 50% of all the games that they played.
Yeah, I mean, RQ Kazu, for all the contenders alongside them, right? We, behind the scenes, we kind of discussed about calculations and what it takes for these teams to be in a safe spot to qualify for the grand finals. And some of these teams are very close to that target, but some of these teams, they gotta hustle today, right? Especially those who are playing their final 6 rounds. Today is going to mean everything, and unfortunately there's really no more margin for error. You have one bad round and that could just cost you your entire tournament.
Exactly. I mean, some of the teams right here have all the games on the line, because similar to what we mentioned earlier, some might not see the grand finals, and we have somewhat an approximate of what the teams need to get. At least 270 or more, they might be able to get into grand finals. But that is the borderline. Hopefully they can get more, and that is one thing that the teams really need. And once we take a look of the overall standings, we review the overall standings on how they ended up, seems like some teams are far behind. But let's take note that there are still games that they will be playing after today for tomorrow, and also those coming back for tomorrow's game. But we are taking a look at our prediction right now, and well, I have RRQ, Team Falcons, and PE Sports on my list. And for you, Husky, you have Team Falcons, RRQ, and all the difference is Team Solid.
Yeah, and I think it's a very fair approach, right? And maybe some people out there would be saying that, oh, okay, so we have both Falcons and RRQ Kazu who are currently sitting in 10th and 11th spot. But this is kind of what I talked about, right? The expectations for some of these brands, even though they haven't been performing well, but because they've established so much across the seasons that they have been playing on the competitive stage, and even internationally, people still expect them, including us, expecting them to perform well today. And from Clash Squad itself, I think RQ Kazu has really shown us something across these two disciplines. Team Falcons didn't get to see them in Clash Squad, but in Battle Royale, we have known them to be the comeback kings, or at least one of the comeback kings. And today is another chance for them to prove so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once they need it, they will be getting all those points. And it seems like it's very tactical. They just understand how to play that game. It's just that they might just be throwing us off. And like, not just us, but also their opponents, not think that they are that contender for the grand finals. But we are going in a bit into the Room of Pressure video to find out what the teams have to say about this game, and this is for Falcons and Red Hawks.
We can fall here ทุกคะแนนมีความหมายมันเป็นเรื่องเป็นหรือเรื่องตาย
We are still fighting. We need every point to win. เราไม่มีทางเลือกนอกจากใส่เต็มทุกอย่างที่มี
Two wings at the edge of the storm. One fighting to survive, one soaring to reignite its flame.
We have come too far to be eliminated here. No time to think, only fight.
เราจะทะยานขึ้นฟ้าตอนนี้หรือเราจะไม่ได้บินเลย
And there you have it. We just heard from Team Falcons and Red Hawks, the teams that are aiming to fly high. But one might be able to fly to grand finals. The other might be in trouble of getting their wings clipped. And it's so difficult right now, especially for those who are newcomers into the scene, to feel that pressure, to feel that, I would say, that hurt, especially if your team is not doing everything that they have to do to be able to get to the next stage of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even the skies can be finite in times like this. Desperation, especially. We have seen very rare cases of first-timers on the global stage performing well and, exceeding expectations, and the most recent one is actually Dragons Esports from Saudi Arabia. But aside from that, a lot of teams that make their first appearance onto the global stage have really gotten that hard, that rough awakening, right? You just get beaten, bruised, and battered, and then you realize that maybe you're not there ready yet. Kagendra was a very good example in the previous season. And I'm excited to see, and curious to see actually what the point check is going to be about. How much points do these teams need as a collective to be in a safe spot?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a lot of computation that is needed. And for now, for EVOS Divine, they need more than 245 total points to be able to get it and survive for the grand finals. Well, so at least they will need 75 points or plus points per day. And, well, this is what I would say no zero day. Hopefully, or no zero game. If they get a zero, it would be difficult really for them to catch up to the points needed and get into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have really put that bullseye on EVOS Divine, sort of giving them the BRU treatment from 2 years ago when nowhere is safe, everyone is out to get you, and who can blame them, right? EVOS Divine, they have really stirred up a storm, and now when you are public enemy number one, you gotta show resistance. And sadly, EVOS Divine are still trying to really get used to that situation, that bounty that's been put on their head. But realistically speaking, 75 points a day for a team of EVOS Divine's caliber actually isn't too challenging. But based on the circumstances, it is going to be a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen so far, if we just look in this competition for knockout stage, it seems like they are getting less. But when we look back on how it is, EWC from Southeast Asia Fall, they can gather all those points. The only difference is there's a lot of teams that will be targeting them at this point, and from most instances, it is RRQ, Fluxo, as well as WAG, who has managed to take them down before they got into final circles. And it's just unfortunate, but today we will be seeing RRQ in there against them, and that civil war might be happening.
Yeah, and Solara, again, is going to be the tempo setter to see how these teams really start the day off, right? If you get up strong on Solara, I think it's going to be amazing. Let's hop into Solara for game number one because it's about to get hot. 12 teams fighting for the spot in the grand finals, and some of these teams are desperate to burn bright.
Well, let's see if they will burn bright because game on! Teams are dropping, and let's see where they land as the survivors out there often here in game. Now, let's see if this is a map we're in. There will be hot drops or safe drop spot for the team because so far Solara is huge right now, and one focus for some of the teams would be the center, which is TV Tower. It has a lot of elevation, a lot of potential as well, and there's also a vending machine right there. And it seems like we would have Nova Legion dropping in there, and some of the teams have already moved away. Clear Vision though might be seeing EVOS Divine if EVOS Divine make a U-turn and meet them in a bit after looting up.
Yeah, even for teams like RRQ Kazu, right? When push comes to shove and they have to play it slow, They love those odds, and this is why this team is known as one of the few slow and tactical players from the genesis of the region. A team spotlight for RQ Kazu also shows us that they have 7.3 elims per game, and they are ranked 3rd in the global finals so far, and tied with Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, 7.3 eliminations per game, 7.1 placement point per game. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, half of the time, they are part of top 3. 3 Booyahs in this knockout stage. And there's a lot that has been done by RQ in the number of days, a few days that they have played in this knockout stage. But that's looking right. We saw the Team Solid as well dominating this specific map. 1 Booyah overall, and followed by Barium United, and also another team that might not get that much in Solara, but they also got 1 Booyah. That is PE Sports.
Yeah, and PE Sports have been phenomenal in this entire finals, right? If there's one way to make a statement, this is it. And 2 members of Nova Legion actually just walked past Liku. The whole team is gonna walk past him. Whoops! Call about a stealth meister. Really saying his prayers. You don't see this often. And now he's gonna make his move and actually just completely avoid confrontation. Although Nova Legion still ends up running into someone, and that's LBT. PE Sports ends up losing a member thanks to Redcliffe's patience.
I mean, patience is a virtue as well as trigger discipline. I mean, if someone was so nervous in there, might have shot 1 already and he will be going down. But it's still early into the game. There's still a lot that will be happening, and actions right now will be hunted by RRQ. And we are also seeing some Thunder Zone right here. We're in Clear Vision as well as PE Sports. We're in there, and Red Hawks from outside. Nijad taking shots with that Woodpecker, and 2 eliminations being taken by the Red Hawks team.
And you didn't mention at the start that PE Sports doesn't really get much. And in fact, all they got was the body back. The whole team got wiped out courtesy of Red Hawks. And a bit of assist there from Redcliffe's earlier on. So gotta take a very early seat out and think about the upcoming round. Red Hawks, though, we did say that they can still influence what the other teams can get in the rest of the knockout stage, and they are off to a strong start. In fact, EVOS Divine also joins the party. We have multiple teams in this area.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Nova Legion taking down a few players from Clear Vision, and Floki right now just breaking down all those glue walls. And recently, because of the update, and it has been introduced in some of the TVCs that we've seen earlier, those glue walls are very difficult to be taken down. Thus, we don't see that much of a successful rush into the game. So let's see if it will be done purely and perfectly by EVOS Divine, as they are heading in to the ways of Red Hawks. Red Hawks did back away. I think they heard not only EVOS Divine but also Nova Legion in the battle, but Russia still needs to be revived, and there's so much trouble just in case Russia will be dropping into the same area. So hopefully that would be a plan, a little bit of insurance policy for EVOS Divine to get a little bit of distance and then be safe if in case they plan to target the teams in Echo Drain.
Yeah. And also just to kind of remind everyone, right, you can see the overall standings on the right side of your screen. Most of the teams playing today in these 6 rounds are all desperate to get onto that first page of the leaderboard. And we know EVOS Divine, when things get desperate, they are not shy in terms of looking for these early fights, and this seems to be one of the approaches that they are taking, even in maps that they usually struggle with more often. But the payoff has been good. It was something that they tried time and time again at EWC 25, and they got away with it every single round that led up to the eventual win. And maybe they're just trying to play into that old playbook again, right? Let's see what we can get out from these early aggressions, and if we can snowball the game, that's great. But if we can't, late game doesn't sound too bad in the current meta.
Yeah, let's see though, as we switch over to a rivalry that has been happening from the past. Team Falcons going against RRQ. So there is a knockdown that has happened against Team Falcons, and it was done as well on the other side, but they managed to break away. You know the plan of some of the teams right here. You cannot take out a team in less than 20 seconds. You just pull away. But Team Solid, team that has led the board in terms of this specific map, is, I would say there's a mix of both passive and aggressive. They go aggressive, someone goes along their way, but their position as well as their rotation is more of a safe place. They're finding that final circle before they go full on.
Yeah, and that's a contributor to why teams like Team Solid and Fluxo have been really thriving in this current meta, just because of the resources given to you, the new update. They reward aggression, but also make sure that if you are not the kind that likes to get down and dirty in the early game, there are ways for you to fortify your arsenal when the game eventually goes late. And, you know, contrary to that, you see Nova Legion and EVOS still at it. 1v1 Sebas against Rasha, and Sebas wins. Rasha will go down for the second time this game.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, I know he dropped in a little bit further, but he just got back. And now Coach Hill is in the mission to bring him back. Unfortunately, Riptide Rhythm plus Floki with that M59 in the finisher and AC80 would be ending his reign. Now, only one remains for EVOS Divine, but the path is not clear. He is also being targeted with a hit list on him, and Aim God will need that God Aim to be able to survive and get away from those in the vicinity. Casa Vista would be that area, but as you can see in the minimap, there's also a visual of a vision of RRQ right here that he needs to be cautious of.
And RRQ have really been tearing it up. They've been making life for EVOS Divine incredibly hard. You see them take the launch pad. Again, AimGod actually dodged them, because if he can, then they are going to have a chance this round. It seems to be the case. RRQ completely just bypassing AimGod with a stroke of luck, as GOW is going to run into Nova Legion soon, who are currently on a hot streak.
I mean, we've seen it twice already. The final survivor, one survivor will be getting past. But right now, we are taking a look at some fun fact. We're in 4 teams has taken 3 Booyahs already. RQ, Kazup Sports, GAO, as well as Team Solid. And you know how it is. When you get familiar in grabbing that Booyah, you're off to a champion rush condition reign. So let's see if that is one that we would expect, but something that unexpected once again. EVOS Divine eliminated a little bit early, and it's the Red Hawks who brought them down.
I mean, the 4 teams that have been really cooking the early game are the teams that, you know, you usually don't bat an eye often, right? Nova Legion, Red Hawks, Clear Vision, Red Cliff. They have They woke up on the right side of the bed today. PE and EVOS, you know, get to take the back seat for now. The circle going down far to the southern side, so Clear Vision have a lot of distance to cover. Hotshot are going to make it through the blue very soon, but for RRQ, they're going to try and hold that area, but they got to get rid of Clear Vision first.
Yeah, Clear Vision, Nova Legion would be there as well. GOW would be in the same area, and we just saw a glimpse of GOW being spotted by Team Falcon. So everyone is in this place. The south side is dangerous at this point, and Red Hawks will be joining the fray. And one possible reason why Red Hawks and the other teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are running hot right now is because there's so little to there's not so much really that they can think about. All they have to do right now is show up, and this might be their last game, or this is possibly their last day of play, wherein everything that they're doing is just enjoying. And well, if you enjoy the game, you will be able to rise high. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of rise for Red Hawks as well as those at the bottom. But as we look into RRQ, despite of them on the second floor, no one is targeting them. So it is still safe play for RRQ right now, but I would say they are out in the open.
And RRQ knows that feeling very well, right? Throwback to Riyadh just a couple months ago. The few times that they could have lifted that trophy, they were denied by teams who had nothing to lose, right? Team Falcons denied them in a 3v4 in round 9, and Fluxo denied them in the final round. And these two teams, they had no chance of winning. So RRQ took a tough beating, there's a lesson learned, and now they're going to play it slow and steady. And when they go in for these pushes, they make sure that no quarter is given, no stones left unturned. Ma'au with a good shot onto Cluso. And unfortunately for Nova Legion, they're facing off against the ferocious version of RRQ Kazu. Floki only getting a knock and a down on the Deuce, which is good, but Nova Legion still outnumbered.
Quick pickup, bidding done by RRQ right now, and let's see if they will be able to fight back against Nova Legion. Not only that, they have a team that would be rushing in or slowly closing in, which is Red Hawks, but not really sure what they're waiting for. Is it that dying down of those gunfight? But Lopez will be taken down. Only Floki remains out in the open, and he might be able to run away, but where will you go? Nowhere, says a bye, and there goes a goodbye from RRQ.
And to the kingdom, they are just a small village ready to be raised and plundered. RRQ Kazu survives that 4v4, and BRU now springs into action onto Hotshot. A tall mountain to overcome for the Pakistani team, but it really isn't an excuse right now. They're going to be forced to fight, and this grenade launcher is going to do all the work. Jonah takes out Anas, and it's a very quick wipeout. Hotshot are out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it could have been a good plan if they have the Steffi out, because they barricaded themselves into those tents, but we know how Jonah is with that M79 or even with a grenade. He will lob it in and you will be out in there, and instantaneously they were eliminated. So Hotshots is out, but as you can see, Clear Vision is still in the battle despite of them losing some or being knocked down. In most instances, they're the ones to be contending next against BRU.
And no room to catch a breath after such a long journey. BRU, who's going to be the undoing ice grenade, is going to take out Zach. And Wasana goes on the aggression. Everyone from Clear Vision wiped out, and it's a back-to-back collection for BRU. 9 points on the deck.
Oh, definitely there's BRU. Brim United is back in their spree. And as we can see, as I mentioned earlier, there's just so much or so little time the Brim United needs to wipe out a team. If in case they couldn't do it in 20 seconds, they just pull away. They will not risk it because they have calculated the time that some other teams might be running into them. And you know how Brim United is. They hate those third party because that's where they falter most of the time.
Yeah. And most teams right now have really acclimated themselves to dealing with these long drawn-out fights, right? They're better at making those decisions to pull away, like you said. And RQ Kazu is one of those good examples against GOW, who both want the points. GOW are currently ahead in terms of overall standings, and RQ Kazu wants to pry that away from their cold-dead bodies. But Demon's not going to make it easy, though, and Red Hawks decides to chip in, and the Kingdom just falls like that.
Well, they're feeling the heat because there's only 6 teams left. 13 minutes in the clock right now. Brim United will be targeting Team Falcons. Get high a little bit in the head, and FGL was thrown onto them so that they wouldn't get close to that wall. But above them, there will be Team Solid right now, and hopefully they don't fall down, because once one of their players will be taken down in there onto the ground floor, there's a lot of contention that will be happening. A little bit of cryo mine to damage them, a few HP being chipped up, but there's no knockdown yet being done from all the 3 teams in the same compound.
And so far, a lot of these teams have been going above and beyond to win the round. You see, so far, Demon himself having 2 revives for his teammate. Things are getting a bit dicey now. We are in that close to the end game phase. Team Solid gonna work with this monster truck, make it a good cover for themselves. They are holding the center of the circle with Team Falcons right underneath them. Red Hawk tries to get to safety, but for him, it's not gonna let that happen. Kutush is out of the fight as Redcliffe makes their presence known.
And let's see though, I mean, GOW or Gao right now trying to get into the next phase of this circle. It's difficult though, because we did point it out that Team Solid, Brim United, and Team Falcons is in here, and they have covered all the corners. So it's very difficult for GOW, Red Hawks as well as Redcliffe to be able to get here. But as you can see, it would be dangerous right now, not only for those in the fight, but also those who will be hit by those zones. And it is Gao going away from this fight.
5 teams remain. It'll be cut down to 4 very soon. Some teams are very injured. Red Hawks and Redcliffs, especially. Team Solid is going to be taking all of these utilities, glue roll melters, ice grenades, you call it, the whole fireworks show from BRU, but they're able to stall it out for now. BRU, unfortunately, not finding much conversion, and now Moshi needs some cover! But Trap and Guaksha, they show up, they retaliate, and BRU are being torn apart left, right, and center. The Union has been dismantled. Wasana is the only one left.
Yeah, Osana was the only one left. Even Steffi didn't save them, and Team Falcons following through. But they still have that Steffi triggered, and Osana will be in safe for a little while. So he will be going in for survivability and placement point. But the pinch and the backstab, flicker on the other side for the steal, and that would be Team Solid denied of another point. But 7 elimination already being gathered by Team Solid, and the Kings of Solara, as we see it from Global Finals, will be taking the reign. 4 teams remaining, and we are off into the shift of the circle.
And look at the finalists, right? We Solid, Red Hawks, Red Cliffs, Falcons, Nyx continues to tear it up and put Team Solid in that front seat. Another point under the belt for them. Falcons staying strong with all 4 members, but the utility dump comes through from Team Solid. It'll be Red Hawks in front of them first before they have a chance to make contact with Falcons, who have some breathing room to work with. But Team Solid are going to decide to pivot away from that conflict while taking out Red Cliffs, who are desperately trying to stop them.
Yeah, both of the teams, Team Falcons as well, Team Solid, broke away to take down the Bangladeshi, and it is Liku for Red Cliff that would be left, but unfortunately he will be taken out by limit. Now, 2 more players from Red Hawks managing to survive, but the onslaught will be brought in by teams from Brazil as well as Thailand, and now it's a 4v3 situation as 1 player from Team Solid has been knocked down.
And Falcons going in for the finisher. Trap 7 trying to stay safe. Guaksha comes alive and finds Pina. Falcons finally suffered their first loss, but they still have their retirement, and the glue wall all goes down. Karoro with a massive shot, and Falcons going in for the absolute execution. Can Trap pull up the clutch of his career as the Falcons surround him? There's just too much. And the Thai Giants start off Solara with a Booyah.
And they grab the Booyah, and they have woken up. They know the deal that they have been left behind by some of the teams, and they need to catch up. And catching up is what they do best. Team Falcons for the Booyah with a massive points as well. But it is so awesome to see some of the teams from the bottom of our leaderboard fight it up. Red Hawks as well as Red Cliff surviving in the final 4 teams, and also Team Solid, who's still looking solid in Solara despite of not getting that Booyah.
Fantastic performance from some of these contenders. You know, even Red Hawks, Red Cliffs, and Falcons playing that catch-up game that we have alluded to in the pre-show, and they're showing that to us again. It's not about finishing first in the knockout stage, it's about getting into that grand finals, and then you show up. But Falcons wants to first send the message that they are still one of the feared contenders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen them reign for Southeast Asia with that Booyah championship, and we're going to see right now on what happened in that final moment. It took longer than what we are expecting it with the final player, which is Trap, but it is what it is. Karoro would be bringing that finisher with that M590, and Team Falcons still, the reign is on for the Thai Giants.
It definitely is. I think Falcons, you know, when we see them really come alive in these moments, it does restore hope to a lot of the fans out there. But again, credit where credit is due. Team Solid still puts up a very consistent performance on Solara. You know, Red Hawks and Red Cliffs making it to top 4 as well, and shutting out a lot of our expected contenders at the start of the game. EVOS Divine and PE Sports, they gotta dig deep, especially for EVOS. We talked about them needing at least 75 points today, and round 1 didn't really pan out well.
Yeah, I mean, did mention the no zero day. I don't think it's a 0 game though, but unfortunate for them, they were eliminated early and they are still far away from the target for this specific day. But EVOS Divine, hopefully there's hope. Hope will be showing up in a bit. I'm not talking about the player Hope in this game and in a different team from Bangladesh, but this is EVOS Divine's rise to be able to prove to the fans out there, as well as the doubters out there, that they can crush all those doubts and also get back into that grand final reign.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle from this point onwards, right? Every single round that you don't get enough points is going to add on that weight into the coming rounds. But let's take a look at the game standings after game number 1, because I'm expecting some unexpected results. Of course, with Team Solid not getting the Booyah, they still have the most points because of the storm that they brought. 13 eliminations and finishing second. Falcons with the Booyah, but didn't really get much elim, so they sit at 17. Red Hawks got 17 for themselves, which in of itself is incredibly impressive. BRU comes in fourth with 16, and the rest are single digit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving this version of Red Hawks. Not only that, Red Cliff is still going in for that survivability. And this is something that the Bangladesh really needs right now. That motivation of being able to get back up despite of being put down. But how high will that bring them into the leaderboard? But let's take a look at the highlights as well. A little bit of recap of what happened, as well as to see who took down who in that battlefield.
Yeah, and overall, I think for teams like Falcons, them playing safe was not to their identity, but it's very necessary. This fight was very important for Team Solid because we saw BRU bombard them with utilities. Team Solid, they survived. They didn't suffer any losses. They clapped back. They took out BRU, and then we got this great standoff towards the very end. But Falcons had the high ground. They were able to take initiative on the Team Solid and gain that man advantage before taking that Booyah. Because I feel like in any other situation, Team Solid, they were in the prime position to win.
Yeah, I mean, it really is Team Solid's map right there. It's just unfortunate that there's a lot of contention. Red Hawks was one of that was distracting them. But let's take a look at the stats of Team Falcons right now. That Steffi is what is needed by a lot of teams, especially in engagement going against teams like Team Solid and Brilliant United with M79. Now, Kiroro as an MVP. Also, a dual tech market and team booster. And we've seen so much of that as a game changer into this match. But as we did point out earlier, didn't get that much elimination. Kiroro, though, managed to pull off a few finishers, but unfortunately, it's not that much.
Yeah, and again, Falcons, they were playing very sneakily, very safe and slow until they had to fight in the last circle. I felt like there were a couple of chances where maybe Team Falcons could pick up a few more eliminations, considering that them and Team Solid were basically sandwiching Red Hawks and Red Cliffs, but Team Solid were the ones that were able to get the finishing blow. So no harm, no foul right there. It was a fair fight towards the very end, but for Team Falcons, I think it hasn't really dampened the spirit in any way. They have plenty of chances to still secure the cutoff point and make it the top 12.
Well, let's take a look at our MVP, Kiroro. 3 elimination, 1,227 in damage, and 2 assists. I did point out that Steffi, and this is quite surprising. I mean, the irony of being a Steffi and yet you are the bomber and you're bringing that Alvaro as well as that Beaston. So you just understand how to use that Steffi well if you're also lobbing all those nades against your opponent. And as what we've seen earlier as well from the past, that M590 was a game changer, especially with the accuracy from Kiroro right here. But in the end, we're going to see a little bit of analysis of the circle. Let's take a look as where the teams have rotated so far from the beginning until the end of the game.
Yeah, and right off the bat, when we look at the drops in Circle 1, right, they were clearly preferences that these teams wanted to go for, but most importantly is how majority of these squads instantly rotated down to the southern side from that initial Circle read. That's why we got so many fights early on, PE Sports, EVOS Divine. We even saw a lot of initial takedowns, and as the circle shrunk, it really did go down south, and we saw teams like RRQ Kazu establish their presence very early on alongside Team Solid, and then you have latecomers like Falcons and Red Hawks who eventually made up our top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the question. If you find out that next phase of the circle, what phase will you be taking? Would it be the south side, or compared to what we've seen in the final contenders into the match, apart from Team Solid, who was just everywhere, Team Falcons, Brim United, they took the north and just the edge of the circle away from where it shifted. So that's something that some of the teams and the analysts out there are looking out into. And thanks production as well as Arena for giving us this section, because I mean, for the most instances, I would love to see where teams are rotating, how are they planning their approach every time they get in the final circle, because at some point you would see if there will be some targeting that's happening, especially if you understand where the other teams are dropping.
Yeah, I think it's also very important for these teams to use the information of where the enemy team drops and to kind of plan out your next move, right? Like we have seen teams really intentionally going out on these wild hunts in the early game just to get a lead for themselves. And we have seen teams like, for example, the Dragon Esports from EWC, or in this case, we've seen teams like Team Solid. They avoid confrontation as much as possible. They figure out what the enemy likes to drop and rotate, and they make sure that they cut vision and they cut noise, and they do not interact unless absolutely necessary, both in which have their pros and cons. But I think in the current meta and how most of the teams are approaching the game, maybe playing for the mid to late makes a lot more sense as we head to Kalahari for Game 2 in bit.
Yeah, well, let's see though if that would happen, because Kalahari is quite a switch of pace compared to what we've seen in Solara. In Solara, there's a lot of compound that they need to work with, and not so much of there's so much of mobility that can be done in Solara. But for Kalahari, there are a lot of elevation, not so much of compound. You only have the hook gun as your saving grace to be able to go in and out of battle if case needed. But I know for a fact that those elevation, as well as the rise of marksmen like the AC-80 as well as the Winchester, would be used by a lot of the teams right here. So I'm really looking forward to early engagement, aggression from a distance that most of the teams like RRQ, like Team Falcons, as well as from the other group, from Group C, AG Global has been dominating, and that's one reason as well why they're in the top board.
Yeah, AG Global has been a force to be reckoned with, and that's sort of is the team from all of the tournaments that we've seen them playing in, right? Because they have such good control when the going gets tough, and it's all about crossing the finishing line. Thankfully today we don't have them, because I feel like if we have them, the competition just gets a bit too heated, and it's already getting extremely hot. Even I'm sweating watching these games, these teams go at it.
Well, let's see though if they are getting hot right now, because that was just a warm-up for everyone else. Hopefully that is more to come. Now we have a message or a quote coming from Aim God. As a friend, he sees EVOS Divine Racia to be overrated, and he has a lot to learn to get better into the game. And despite of being the wonder kid, he have shown great potential. I guess it's Aim God's experience, that tenure, as well as, I hate to say it, the age comes into a factor as well to find out what other players, especially the newcomers or those new risers, are missing in tournaments just like this.
Yeah, and especially when the stakes get high, right? When the pressure really mounts, that's where you see that mental game come in. And a lot of these games are lost psychologically before we even hop into the lobby, before you even parachute down from the plane. And you can see that effect, maybe not too much in Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad, it really... It's put on full display, right? If a team goes on full tilt mode, they lose control of the situation, is basically out there in the open. So I think Aim God has a good point. Racia, he might be one of the most decorated player in recent times, but what separates a good from a great player is how you handle adverse situations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one thing that really comes into mind when you did mention about Clash Squad, a comparison in Battle Royale, is if you get taken down early, there's plenty of time for you to think about it. And yes, you might rage a few seconds after being eliminated, but you have to wait. So if that is what's happening with EVOS Divine, they have plenty of time to wait before this next map comes in. That's one reason as well. Once we get into the players' camera, we don't see that much of, I would say, disappointment, because they focused already, they managed to talk it out, and hopefully this time around in Kalahari, they show up a little bit different.
Yeah, and I think it's all for the long game, right? We can say that, or we can say that every single loss, I mean, for teams that are desperate to get into top 12 is going to hurt them a little bit more. But then again, we have seen historical moments like a 40 bomb by Team Falcons last year, or like, a last-minute win from Monica Olympus back in the spring season. So who's to say that teams like EVOS isn't going to bounce back, P Sports isn't going to bounce back, especially when we go to Kalahari, where EVOS Divine and RQ Kazu rule.
Now let's see though if they will be able to rule it once again. Kalahari might be a kingdom of Indonesia, but from the knockout stage, we've seen two teams went above EVOS Divine. It's PE Sports and Team Falcons. When we're talking about Group A and B, PE Sports as Team Falcons also grab one Booyah each in this specific map. And let's see if this will be the saving grace for PE Sports after that early loss from earlier. Now, we have RRQ already in Refinery. No hot drops other than EVOS Divine and PE Sports. So, well, it's a 50-50 right now for EVOS Divine and PE Sports because it seems like they really want some blood.
Either someone got the memo from you before the show, Neptune, or this is what EVOS is trying to double down on, right? Early aggression, you play on that confidence. We have red hot-blooded players like Rasha. He's not going to shy away from a challenge, even though you beat him down 10 times. And this is going to make or break the situation. This is where one of the teams is going to get knocked down, and EVOS make sure that it will not be them. Ray with the initial elimination, and the rest of EVOS follow behind him closely. They rally against PE Sports, and Nolan plus Lao Ho left to Ryu. Lao Ho on the run. Ray tries to shoot him down. Lao Ho makes it to safety, and PE Sports lives to fight another day.
Well, that was monstrous. Team elimination is smoking hot as they start off the game with 2 in the bag. Now, let's see if they'll be able to follow on PE Sports in a bit. But Lao Ho would be literally stuck in one corner as he has spotted RRQ. So this might be another chance that we might see a team miss, but not anymore, because it seems like PE Sports Lao Ho would be triggered by that hit list, and it is Ekal who lands that finishing blow.
And that has to be shattering. That has to break your spirit. 2 rounds in a row, PE Sports sees the too soon message. Back to the lobby again in under 120 seconds. Something to really think about. Sure, they are in 3rd place overall at the start of the day. Sure, there is a cushion to fall back on. But imagine now being target number 1. We'll have that conversation later on for the remaining rounds, because BRU also under a bit of fire, losing Moshi to Red Cliff.
Red Cliff right now. I mean, a little bit too aggressive in the early game, but that is contrary as well to the gameplay of Booyah United, especially in this map. Without Fluxo, they can rain Stone Ridge, but it just so happened that Red Cliff landed dropped a little bit closer to them as well, and they don't know exactly who are they facing it. As long as they have an opponent in front of them, I think Red Cliff will be gunning them down, because as we mentioned earlier, they have nothing to lose, and the only gain that they have is to make sure that they come out fighting.
And BRU able to salvage the situation. They bring Moshi back, and they immediately call for a retreat. Retreat, regroup, and just make sure that you don't really give any of your assailants more room to punish you. We did see Hasu when she taking out Rasha on the feed. So EVOS, they didn't really get out of the situation against PE unscathed. Put on the back foot again, but just like what BRU did against Red Cliff, they also back off, and you find a revive onto Rasha.
Revive has been done on Turasia, where we'll be dropping, but there's not so much of contention compared to what we've seen earlier in Solara. But Anaz will be taken down, and it's pretty much the same team who's meeting each other. This time, Nova Legion will be targeting hot shots, and well, it's a good thing that they are not in the corner, not to be taken out with one grenade. But as we go into the other side, it is Red Hawks into the corner, being gunned down by RRQ Kazu. But one saving grace for RRQ right now is they're not heading in full on. They pull out that cryo mine, spotting as well as damaging a little bit from Kutush and Flicker, and that also shows their the information is where they are. But seems like there's a fighting chance for our Red Hawks right now, but unfortunately Abai says no. He says goodbye once again.
And that was as close as it could have gotten, because Red Hawks, they were putting up a very, very good fight despite the circumstances. But we did see the opening nade from RRQ Kazu that set off that chain reaction. Refinery reclaimed by RRQ as one of their favorite resting spots when nothing is going on. And they have really evolved kind of the approach to Refinery, the Earliest version of RRQ would just hold refinery, but now they explore, you know, they go on an adventure to see what else is around them. Hasu is going to find a free sub-bus. If they can win this, the Chrono Dome does get dropped down. Let's see a Rebel Rush around the corner. Hasu trapped in a very unfair fight. Unfortunately, his head peeks out of the dome, and sub-bus will blow it off.
I mean, I'm not quite sure if that is intentional, but pulling out the time turner plus that that glue wall just made that like headshot or hot shot rather. Prevent them from getting into the time turner and saving himself. He was just in there trying to run through, and that M590 hits him every time. So let's see. That is something that we can get information later on. But Anas right now into the corner, and if this happens again, if Team Falcons miss one of the players, the sole survivor in this area, that will be counting 3 already, all throughout. But no! Limits saw him, and he has been taken down. Now, he does have, well, he doesn't have any information, but I guess something has been triggered by Team Falcons to spot him from that corner.
Yeah, just very attentive to the surroundings. These are the moments that sometimes not only you let slip away, but it might cost you rounds. And it's okay. I mean, it's a free point for Falcons. You gotta take every single elimination you can get. Falcons now freeze themselves up. Hitler's not gonna really do too much. Hot shot still gets the revive in on the field. Leo back in the game. And Red Cliffs are gonna be in front of Falcons based on the radar. The sub will be taken by Clear Vision for now. Everyone right on top of the crane. Good bird's eye view. You can also, based on the circle read, I'm pretty sure that Clear Vision, they have no sense of urgency to move as of now.
They're just living up to their name. I mean, they get up in the highest peak of the sub, and they have clear vision of their surroundings. As you can see, we have VSKs, we have AC-80, as well as a Woodpecker in the hands of Probe, and those are great weapons to use, especially in Kalahari. The only thing that you need to be cautious of is to spot everyone who might be targeting you in a bit. But as you can see in the map right now, no one's close to them other than Boreum United. And Boreum United right now, especially once they have taken that Stone Ridge drop, they will stay there for the longest time, only moving with the circle, and we might expect them just go in for the fight within the 10 to 15 minute mark. But let's see if that might change if in case Clear Vision sees them and seems that a binocular has been used against them, thus Clear Vision scatters.
Yeah, we saw a bit of an ankle twister there too, but not too big of a deal, can easily walk it off as BRU arrives. So Clear Vision dodging a big bullet there as BRU now takes over the crane and starts firing at Clear Vision, who haven't really gotten far away enough. And this is a wrong place, wrong time situation. Clear Vision clearly not prepared for this. They can take the launch pad one by one. And the escape seems to be very possible. In fact, retaliation comes through as Get High faces resistance, forced to hold back fire for now, and Clear Vision might just escape.
Yeah, let's see though. Jonah is already in the area, and he might be able to at least hit one. Jonah, AC-80, and Sharon will be taken down. Let's see if there will be anyone who will be following them, but 2 players will be chased by Wasana right now. Hook gun in hand and a bat to beat them, and this might be it. 2 players from Clear Vision can be eliminated right here with that Valiant dash, plus Wasana with a time turner, and Zach has nowhere to go.
A valiant fight put up by Zach. The utility was as good as it can be, but sadly, BRU's aggression is unparalleled. Although Team Solid might be able to take advantage of this. You hear it go down. Wasana fights Probe and takes him out. Will Team Solid go to engage? It seems like they will. Hack with a back shot onto Get High and a freebie given over to the Brazilians. But they want more. BRU, they won't be able to get away from this easily. Team Solid, though, unfortunately, won't have the opportunity to go in for the chase, so BRU gets to walk away.
They at least got 1 out of Boreum United. Now, let's see if this will continue later on. But as you can see, that jump has been done already by BRU, and I just love that tactic. I mean, I know they are aggressive when needed, but if it is still early into the game, they pull away, especially if their support will be taken down. It's quite surprising, though, on how quick Team Solid managed to rotate against them, and that's one reason as well by Boreum United and try to end a match or an engagement within 20-30 seconds or even less, if they will be heard, then a lot of teams might be chasing them all out, and that's what they hate. Third party and being backstabbed.
And they really have refined the art of just, the touch and go, right? They come in to get the job done and they're out. And in fact, Wasana really wants to get the job done. Just found Yoons who was able to escape. And they even given clobbering at the very end. Still, Clear Vision in the game. They were able to get a full revive thanks to Yoons earlier on. So BRU, they get points, but Clear Vision still able to keep on running that round. Team Solid makes it to command post. You see RRQ, Kazu, GOW, Nova Legion, Red Cliffs, Falcons nearby. This is a hot zone.
Yeah, well, so far what I can say for Clear Vision is it is just a wow, wherein the full teams are back from the ashes and they can fight back another day despite of going against Buriram United. Now, Gao right now on the high ground, even higher to where RQ intends to be, and probably one reason as well why they are in this area was why RQ is in their area is they're trying to take this tower. But unfortunately, Gao is already in there. GOW has already taken the reign, but it doesn't always translate to a win if you get that high ground, especially nowadays, because there's so much of ways that you can go against those on the top, or those on the sniping nest. So let's see if Gao will be able to survive, but Buriram United right now has managed to pull in more weaponries as they take this arsenal.
And you can see the gunfire too. Big Dinoculus. It's a 5 to 6 man scan, so the full team of BRU and 2 members of Nova Legion getting basically pinged out. I don't think any team is going to take any initiative as of now. The circle is very comfortable to just sit in. And Hotshot to be late to the party, and that might be the Punisher. The UAV is being shot down left, right, and center. GOW will have the honor of doing so. As Hotshot comes in from the west side, so the first point of contact might be against GOW.
Let's see, though, they are in the level right now to gun down GOW. Thus, that glue wall has been put up. But no contention, not even a Riptide Rhythm to break it down. So they just are staying quiet. Now, let's see if there's something that can be done as well, but those in the surrounding of Buriram United, which is Nova Legion, and a possible round 2 against a Team Solid. But up and to the other side, we also have EVOS Divine, who's getting close, but just before or just after RRQ would be in this area. So a lot of compounds to work with, but also plenty of open ground for the snipers to be able to knock them down. And it is Hasuexe who will be taken down by GOW, who has been patiently waiting for this opportunity.
And all it takes is just one gunshot to set off the chain reaction. It seems like it has begun. The beginning of the end. The circle moves slightly away from the majority of the command post, so a lot of teams on the southern side will be forced to abandon ship. But the problem is when you are all gathered around one area, it is bound to be pandemonium. EVOS Divine and RQ might make first contact first. In fact, EVOS Divine decided they're just gonna poke it, and GOW now is gonna join the fight in just a little bit as we switch our attention over to BRU against Nova Legion, who are all huddling underneath the container. They get the pickup on the Lopez. Lopez goes down big! Grenade launcher! And Nova Legion gets absolutely blown to bits by BRU.
Despite Wasana being taken down, get high on Winchester, plus that M79 from Jonah really took them down. Only one remains for Nova Legion and not so much of a chance for revival. But into the corner, as you did mention, the pandemonium is about to ensue. We have RRQ, EVOS Divine, as well as Team Solid into the mix. It would be GOW as well, who has managed to drop down, but Coach Hill will be taken down. He won't be chilling anymore. He will be on the ground and unable to be picked up. Team Solid looking solid once again.
And this is going to be very dicey. Look at that. EVOS Divine gets pick up as Nova Legion gets fully wiped out by BRU. Rip with a good nade onto ECAL, RQ Kazu on the watchtower, but GOW comes in for the slam dunk. It stood behind the glue wall. Demon actually ends up getting knocked down. Rip comes in as well. Hans gets knocked down. Dus about to pull the cluster again. The possibility denied as Limit shoots him from afar. Ma'au now arrives at the watchtower. The grenades are all out. Blue zone closing in. It is crunch time. You gotta get away from this location as fast as possible. Quaksha getting knocked down by EVOS Divine as Team Solid are gonna take on the Indonesians. RRQ are out. Nick gonna chase down. Aimglock gets blown up by Jonah from 10 miles away.
And it is Booyah United who's the only team into the final circle, and it would be an elimination spree right now if they'll be able to take all those nades, lob it against everyone else. But Team Falcons, Riptide Rhythm, plus a firing squad with that car, VSK as well as AC80 in front of them. We didn't see them in the map because they are very far away, but I guess this is part of the plan. A full squad, that one of the only full squad in here, the same as Clear Vision, but it seems like Clear Vision will be target and they might be going down in a bit.
Yeah, about to get very, very blurry soon with Falcons coming in hard. Them and BRU, the big two of Thailand as we like to call them. BRU, the only team in the top 3 who have one less member, and that's Wasana, who has been sadly KIA. But the rest of the teams, they still have a chance to work with Karoro! Make sure to stop Clear Vision dead in their tracks, and Shireen left to wonder what just happened, reeling from pain and losses and grief on top. Falcons have a good chance of winning.
Great plan of using that glue UAV, but unfortunately they didn't get away from that M79. Let's see a little bit of glue wall melter action coming from Booyah United, but doesn't melt that glue wall that much, especially with that glue UAV being used. Steffi being put into play right now, denying Booyah United in getting any elimination, any knockdown with that M79 or a grenade. Great plan, quick decision being done by Team Falcons to take one Booyah United. Now it's the battle of Thailand, and seems like Team Falcons might go into a back-to-back. Only one remains. Make that none remains from BRU.
And the train has officially departed the station. Team Falcons with a back-to-back consecutive Booyahs, 2 amazing performances. A slow game 1 with minimal eliminations translating into a monstrous performance in game number 2. And if they have not soared up high into the sky just yet, they are now looking down upon all of their praise who are struggling to figure out how to snap Falcons in half.
I love that strategy that has been done by Team Falcons. They just saved up all their skills for that final circle, understanding that there will be some players who will be using that zone as well, the corner, to take them out with any grenades. And it's just unfortunate for Booyah United. They could have taken down some of the players from Team Falcons before they end up losing, if in case that Steffi was not pulled in. And the moment they saw that gold circle, they just back away. They know that they don't have that much firepower to be able to take that down and probably wait for it to expire. But unfortunately, not only do they need to deal with Team Falcons shooting them from afar, but there's also the zone that has brought them in the corner. Does Team Falcons grab that Booyah?
And what they say, the chat likes to call this the Falcons fans, the Falconatics, King Falcons are back in the building. You know, we haven't seen the history of all 6 games Booyahs going to a single team in a single day. The highest record was actually set by BRU, I believe, back in spring season. You know, 5 games in a row. They dropped the last one, but Falcons starting to make us believe that this today could be the day. We say that they are here to send a message, they're here to make a statement, a declaration of war, and they are doing it big time.
Let's see if they'll be able to do it. And I remember that interview as to why they only got 5, because they forgot that they're playing for 6. So, I mean, if you manage to forget that, then I hope they don't forget that they're here to grab those Booyah as well. But let's take a look at the game standings right now and how much Team Falcons brought in. And I'm pretty sure there's even more compared to what we've seen earlier. Yes, it is 26 total points, but those following them as well would get high on this number of points that they grabbed. 12 elimination and 9 in the placement point for Booyah United. For Team Solid, they still are showing up on the top of the board. But I love the gameplay of GOW from this point. From the moment we saw them in the high ground, trying to take down hot shots, keeping their they back safe, and then gun down a lot of teams, especially RRQ in that small tower.
Yeah. This is a more top-heavy game with only Falcons and BRU really getting a lot of that work done. A lot of the other teams are just sadly fighting for scraps. Again, the Indonesians, who were rulers of Kalahari, was not able to do much in this round. Unfortunately, the Circle just packed them into a tight sardine box, and they just got squashed in the late game. PE Sports sadly gotta find their strides. 4 rounds left of the day. PE Sports hasn't gotten anything done.
Now let's see though the overall standings, and today's standings rather. We have Team Falcons definitely on the top after a back-to-back Booyah, but Booyah United managed to move up as well. For Team Solid, they have been pushed down, but still they are on top of the board, and I am loving this that Red Cliff managed to survive longer than anyone else right here on number 4. This is where we see that Red Cliff power, because even from the first time when we saw them, that's what they're working on. Not just the aggressive, but the basics of being a survivor in the map.
Yeah. And that's sort of what's important when it comes to Free Fire, right? When we always say that you gotta be very good at those gunfights, but in order to fight, you have to first learn the rules, the ways to survive. And I think Red Cliff slowly demonstrating the fundamentals, which is going to really bring them far in the long run. But for now, they still have a lot to learn. I want to look at the highlights, because I feel like today's game so far, from Solara to Kalahari, that the Circle has really been putting a lot of people in the same area.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of contention. I was surprised that it happened in Solara, but in Kalahari, it's most of the time bound to happen, because I did point out there's only a few compounds that you can work with, but it did happen in the south once again. So it seems like there's a pattern that teams are following, that those who are getting the Booyah, which is Team Falcons, remember, in Solara, when we look at the map analysis, they came from the north. Even here, they came from the north as well. And they're the ones who's gunning down those rushing into the final circle together with Booyah United. Because Booyah United, we saw them head into the southern side of that final circle, and others are just scrambling, and they managed to grab a lot of points from there. But as we take a look at Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure the happiness cannot be contained right now by this team grabbing a back-to-back Booyah, and I'm pretty sure as well that they're planning to do more.
Yeah, and for Team Falcons, right, when we kind of saw them in that final stage of Kalahari, we sort of had an idea that they're probably going to win that round, right? Great position, uncontested, and then they have sort of your current meta loadout. You put limit on the Skylar, you let On Fire take center point, you let Pina do what he wants. It is a full package of what makes a meta great team.
I love the balance that we saw on the skills right now. And for Limit X7, I think he is back on his usual ways of taking down everyone from afar. And this is what we've seen so much. The moment that Limit X7 has been acquired by Team Falcons, he just rose to the top. Being a sniper, he managed to get a lot of elimination in most instances. But let's see if this the MVP of the team right now on what he has brought in, other than the numbers that we saw. 7 elimination, 29, 41 undamaged, as well as the 5 assists. We've seen that Skylar so many times being used by this guy, and he's the one who's breaking down all those glue walls in spite of the fortification of that glue wall. But the BSK 94, I mean, we see this very seldom, but I'm loving that early game to be able to take down your opponent from far with a loot ground like the VSK.
And with the circle analysis coming up, I think it also gives us a very good idea and how this game actually led us to that final moment of Team Falcons, right? Because game 1, we saw a lot of teams read the circle, make a hard read very early on, and rotate accordingly. This Kalahari map sort of felt like the same, right? A lot of early skirmishes left, right, and center, and then you see that pivot when Refinery and Command Post were in the circle, the teams just pivot straight to Command Post. They get the read right, and then the circle was like, we're going to move out of Command Post, and the only team on the north end was Team Falcons. They were having a buffet. They were feasting on everyone, trying to evacuate Command Post, and that's how Falcons got the Booyah in the very end.
Yeah, well, still on Circle 5, there's a lot of teams that is alive and like trying to survive at that point. But it just so happens that the compound that it's only one-sided, more onto the south, and we saw the scramble. Even RRQ couldn't get away. That could have been a clutch in there. Even Maal jumped in, but the position in the tower was just very difficult for them to deal with, and GOW have just managed to pick the two players that were knocked down, and that's the moment wherein RRQ says goodbye. But for Team Falcons, position-wise, anticipation on where everyone will be going is their forte from what we've seen in the first two maps in this day.
Yeah, it has been a treat for sure seeing how these teams approach the knockout stage, because I feel like we have shifted from let's all play safe and avoid casualties to let's just get it rolling, right? We make the read, we make the right choice, and we let that decide kind of the direction of things. And when all these teams are making the reads right, then it boils down to the mechanics. But the standings so far after that game 2 puts Team Solid and BRU in the exact same spot, with the only difference being Team Solid having an extra Booyah compared to BRU.
Yeah, looking at Team Falcons, they moved up already. I mean, number of points, we were questioning if they are still the Team Falcons that we know of, especially with that dual champion from Southeast Asia. Seems like they are back in the horse, but you did mention that there's a threshold that the teams are aiming for, and it seems like for Team Solid and Booyah United Esports, with the number of elimination that they have as well as the survivability, they're getting close to that threshold just to make sure that they can secure their spot for the grand finals, which is good for them, but not for the others who are still struggling to make it work.
Yeah. And if we take the baseline of what we saw earlier on when we were discussing about EVOS Divine, the cutoff was, the benchmark is around 245 points. EVOS Divine are very, very far away from that. But then if you take that benchmark and you kind of pose it, put it on the first page teams, Team Solid, BRU, AG have basically passed that threshold. And a couple more teams are getting close to it. So it's getting more and more evident that some of these teams have technically or theoretically secured the spots in the top 12, whereas for the rest, including EVOS Divine themselves, they have a long way to go. And EVOS on your screen, they need at least 139 points, 140 around that to hit that threshold. It is going to be tough. But we did say 75 points per day on average. They have 4 more rounds to do so. It is very, very possible.
Yeah, let's see though if that they will be able to hustle a little bit early, because I mean, despite of the anticipation as well as the comeback storyline is concerned, that is good. But from what I'm seeing, hopefully that is the script that they're following, because it seems like they were faltering so many times, especially in Solara. I mean, imagine being taken down early, and even in Kalahari we're in, the snipers could have been their saving grace, but they're the ones going down quite quickly. So let's see as we look into our game schedule right now, and we are expecting to see another match that might be taken over by those already on the top. It is Nextara, and talking about compound, I mean, we switch from Solara with plenty of areas to hide out from into Kalahari, where it's not so much. Nextara is peppered with all those compounds.
Yeah. And it seems like today's map rotation not only puts teams to the test by starting them off on unfamiliar territory, kind of have that tempo setter, but we are also throwing them for a ride. Here's a lot of compound. Whoop! There's no compound. Oh wait, you suffer enough, we'll give you back some urban warfare, and it's going to be the case for the remainder of the day, right? Alpine coming up, we're going to take that compound away, and then we make sure that Bermuda gives you a fair share, and then we take it away again on Purgatory. It's going to be a lot of that push and pulls, and it really pushes these teams to adapt every single round.
Yeah, well, you want to see more of those adaptation coming from the teams. And, well, as we look into hot shots right now, there were some potential of survivability, especially at them trying to go into the edge of the circle, but they was just out and open. But unfortunately, they really couldn't get that much. And I bet we're going to see a little bit of insight as well on what Falcons has done already and what they need to do be able to entirely secure all those the chances to getting into the grand finals. With a back-to-back Booyah, they now sit at 230 points. So they need roughly 15 plus points to reach that threshold at 245. That will keep moving up, I believe, because the teams are already slowly ranking up into the numbers. So those who will be following us on tomorrow's game might have some trouble if they don't get that threshold back into play.
Yeah, and I think for Team Falcons, when you have reached, when you are so close to getting to the threshold, you can sort of say that they are already safe. Unless the final 4 rounds goes absolutely terrible, which I don't think is going to be the case. Team Solid is still in good spirit. Sure, they had a very close round 1. Round 2 was map 2 was slightly rocky, thanks to all the the party that involved 5 other teams in the same compound. But I think even for Clear Vision, right, they have sort of a good understanding of what to do coming into Nextera. There are certain playstyles that have worked. I think their theories make a lot of sense. They were avoiding BRU in Kalahari. They were buying a lot of time, but also they were contributing to the downfall of teams like PE Sports, who only have 2 points so far.
Hell, let's see though if that's something that can be turned around by some of the teams that really need it. And in a bit, we're going to see the game as well happening, but preparation is being done. Nextera, when we look into this game, but before we go there, this is what... Sorry, couldn't help it. But RRQ would have been helping EVOS Divine, but all they gave them is a high five. And it seems like EVOS Divine is drowning right now.
You know what they say, we might be from the same region, but if there's only one trophy that can be lifted, someone's gotta go. Something's gotta give. And unfortunately for EVOS, they are the ones that has been struggling so far. And RRQ, they have been coveting for this for a long time too, right? When we saw RRQ finally get their first win, the first trophy lift at the start of the preseason, and some people might say, oh, it's just the preseason, and then we head into spring, not really close to the win. EWC was the same thing, fall season was the same thing. So right now, if they are on the rise again, I bet the RRQ fans are gonna be praying hard that high five on the EVOS is gonna be worth the win.
Well, hopefully it'll be at least one finger to save them, not just a high five. We're going into the next map. Nextera is on, and once again, we're going to see if there'll be any hot drops that will be happening in the early games. Otherwise, it would be a slow run in the beginning of this match. So far, the contention is so heated. When we go into the first to second phase into the circle, a lot of teams are meeting up each other, especially on that south side. But I don't think the players are hearing us. Hopefully their analysts, their coaches are hearing us and try to get away from that south side, spread away, find a good rotation to be able to survive longer and to move up in the ranks. As we look into the plight right now, it's quite fair, and I don't seem to see any hot drops happening right now.
And in fact, right, based on some drops on Nextera, you can kind of get a good guess of what the teams want to do or what the direction is, right? Intellect Center takes usually goes to teams that want to play slow and want to be left alone on an island. Sort of like when you're in Purgatory, you decide to take Fire Brigade, you decided to take the southern side of the map. You just want to make sure that if a hot drop happens, it's going to be an isolated case, right? It's intentional because no one really drops in these kind of compound. So Clear Vision, at least, Loma Legion, I believe, who went to the Intellect Center, is going to have a more safer start.
Hell, let's see. And speaking of safer start, it's not safe for Red Cliff right now, as 2 of their players has been knocked down and eliminated by EVOS Divine. So I guess this is what they've been waiting for. And Demon, Well, with the Devil's Grace, he managed to survive, but Aim God says no. Turn that corner, not giving him a chance for a full revive. And it seems like it is GOW paying for what they've done earlier against RRQ, and EVOS Divine are the ones giving that high five, saying that we got you, bro. We can take them down.
For now. EVOS gotta remember it's a competition. But it's a good start. You know, GOW, they are also kind of in the race to get to a safe spot. But compared to EVOS, clearly the Indonesians would more desperate in getting those points. Yeah. We're seeing the revives come through. I mean, for EVOS that are going to try and push it, at least Bison in Coach Chu's hands. And see the plushie being thrown out. Cryo Mine and Dian's going to get hunted down. Coach Chu getting taken for a ride. But with the backup of Russia, EVOS will back their 4th point of the round. Maybe even find a 5th, as Liku from Redcliffe has been spotted by Aim God.
A quadra takedown coming from EVOS Divine, and Liku would be that penta. Let's see if he'll be able to get away. But on the other hand, Hans will be taken out by Team Solid. And as we see it, Redcliffe will be taken out despite of how much effort they have done in surviving. They couldn't survive long in Nextera. But there's still plenty of games that will be happening for the team for the rest of the day. Overall, a damage leader right now is Jonah with 33,872 on the total damage. But also we saw a feature that for today, one of the players from Red Hawks is the damage king. So I'm loving this version of Red Hawks right now.
Yeah. They tore up their local region, right? Really, show no mercy, and that's why we have seen them multiple times competing at the highest of levels. Now it's to push beyond that boundary, which is the toughest challenge when you're up against titans like these. But still, Red Hawks giving us the best possible fight that they can. Nova Legion and Clear Vision are about to bump into each other. In fact, Clear Vision just went for a revive, so they are in a slightly more precarious position in terms of resources. And Floki will open up onto Zach. Flicker from Red Hawks actually finds the knockdown instead. Cluso almost going down, eventually goes down. Red Hawks, we just talked about them being able to put up a very good show, and they are indeed showing that. Balance Dash getting used and could outmaneuver.
Let's see though, Lao Ho being taken down. PE Sports at a loss once again. 2 players already out. Nero Nolan on the other side, and they got hit. They got tagged, but Moko, and I don't think they will be able to survive that long. Nolan will be on his heels, and it's a good thing that Nero managed to bring back LBT as well as Lao Ho before that happened. EVOS now is on a chase. 9 elimination, even before hitting our first 5 minutes of the game. I guess they are here to really come back.
Yeah, given that Winchester, as Nero is going to be victim number 10. There it is, right in the skull. Kochu once more makes it happen. 10 eliminations, 5 of them under the belt of Kochu, and EVOS have reignited that chance.
Let's see though if this is something that we can continue to witness from EVOS Divine. 10 elimination already, and there's more to come because we still have 11 teams surviving at this point. For RQ though, they are being silent. Hit list is on them, and we still don't know coming from who. But oh no, they're the ones who triggered the hit list against Russia. So this is, I guess that meme was very timely. It seems like RRQ are the ones who will be hunting EVOS Divine, but Lao Ho sitting in a corner like a duck, and he would be taken out. Now, Cluzo right now had no clue on how to get away against Booyah United, and there goes a 3rd elimination for the Thai Giants.
We are warming up slightly slower this round, but again, it's Nextera. So if you're out there looking for a fight, it's pretty hard to find it. Speaking of looking for a fight, EVOS still going. Ray, this time finding actions. I believe that's the 11th elimination for EVOS. It's right past the 6-minute mark. Hotshot now is going to be next on the chopping block as EVOS giving us a bit of a taste of what desperation can turn into. And in this case, it's power. Dinoculus with a 5-man ping.
Oh, 5-man. So we have Hotshots right now. Shots onto Hasu. They might be beat. by Clear Vision right now. Cryo Mine, and I think Aim God managed to take it out, but the deed has been done. They have spotted already. Well, let's see if they'll be able to get in and probably rush against EVOS Divine, adding more to potential points that will be taken. FGL onto Hasu, and a shot from Russia from afar. A follow-up by Ray with a Winchester, and that is a definite win for EVOS Divine once again.
12 points and counting. They've already gotten the equivalent of a Booyah. And we haven't even gotten to the late game stage yet. This is mid-game territory. Nero trying to navigate his exigent circumstances with Lopez looking for him. And Lopez sees him. Lao Ho with double revolver takes up also into the back line. So Nova Legion, not really out of the woods just yet. PE Sports continues to resist.
Yeah, I mean, they are fighting back right now. And, well, let's see. With that, Loki has been pushed out. Now, Nero right now, I guess it's anticipation that there will be a vending machine that they will be taken at this point, and Nero would try to get in there, but Nova Legion right now would be running in against him. Nero all alone. No one to help him, and a war chest just being looted, but Sebas and Lopez and the glue wall saves him, but unfortunately Lopez still managed to land a final blow, and he will be taken out once again. PE Sports, despite of them being in trouble, they keep getting their teammates back, which is a good thing.
Yeah, Nero going window shopping and completely forgot about the urgency. And now EVOS getting gunned down. Zach taking one, Probane with a second, and EVOS instantly bails. Aim God making the right call to get out of there. I think Rasha also was able to follow suit. The launch pad is right there in the open, but Clear Vision decided that they would settle for 2, and EVOS finally being put to a stop in terms of aggression.
Let's see if the aggression can continue on. Clear Vision right now. 3 elimination, but outside of the next phase of the circle. They need to move fast, but where will they be heading? Now, as we look into the horizon, RRQ would be in their path, and oh no, not in their path, but they're the ones, Clear Vision's the ones waiting for RRQ to get in, but they might be spending too much time because in a bit, a lot of teams will be already take those real estate into the next phase, and they might be the one losing out.
Solid and Falcons right across, separated just by a mile of road. GOW also in the vicinity. So Posh just being fired over, I believe. That should be from Falcons. It's either that or Red Hawks, who technically have the better position. Not really surrounded by anything aside from a body of water and where they are on the northern side of the map. Clear Vision now needs to find a way to make it into the safe zone away from the blue. And RQ delaying their rotation. That's going to make life for Clear Vision slightly harder.
Yeah, it's difficult right now. I guess the reason why they are delaying it because they don't want to be targeted, especially if they are on the map as they try to chase down on Anas. Still 2 minutes on the clock right now, and Hotshots know exactly where they will be coming from. Now, as they move in far away from the south to where the next phase of the circle, a lot of teams are already gathered in, and EVOS Divine with plenty of elimination might be targeting and seeing PE Sports gunning them down, and Aim God right now stuck in one corner, but it's a good thing that he managed to fight out against LBT, but Aim God will be receiving a lot of damage from all sides.
And Aim God just keeps on stepping on the gas. He is pushing forward and now calling for the rest of his team to join him in that aggression. Nolan being able to hold his own. Look at the amount of Steffi circles on the ground. Lao Ho with the first one on the Aim God, and PE Sports finally shows retaliation. Kochu down low wins the fight, but Cluso from afar. Nova Legion decide that they want a piece of the pie as well. Kochu gets a pan in the face. Riptide Raider from downtown. Lopez with the cleanup, and PE Sports fall victim.
PE Sports down and out once again. Compared to EVOS Divine, they managed to have Rasia survive that fight. It's a good insurance policy as well. One sniper far away from the rest of the team, though he did manage to go for the knockdown elimination from PE Sports. He can also help them get the team back into play. And there you have it.
Wow.
Whole squad is back from the ashes right now. But the only question is, where will they be dropping?
Russia with the rescue, and this could just be what EVOS need to get past the finishing line. And Russia converts it onto Abai. Nova Legions keeping RQ occupied, but RQ now realizes that there's more than one party. Riptide Rhythm for downtown. Ekao forced to use the Riptide Rhythm as Russia continues to rally behind the team. Aim God now is going to follow up. Gets in a knock on the Deuce. Russia is going to drive in. Watch out. It's a drive-by. And Ma'ao goes down. Deuce also knocked. EVOS Divine not letting go of a single beat as they run into Ekao, knock him down. EVOS claiming 15 points.
Make that 16 points. And let's see if they'll... 17! The points is still not stopping from counting, but 4 hot shots right now. It seems like they are counting the number of seconds that they might be able to survive against these 2 players of Clear Vision, because it seems like they will be able to fight back, but unfortunately Leo was hit with M590 by Zac. Eunice right now, Cryo Mine and Focus would be averted, but Anas needs to get away, because that once that glue wall is down, then he might be gunned out as well. And there you have it. Hot shots right now about to be eliminated once again, and hopefully they can recover.
Most of EVOS Divine's players just perished to the blue zone. And now they're down to 1 member again. It is brutal. The late game storm does hurt. Late game blue zone actually packs quite a punch. Abai also left alone to his own devices. It's him and Kochu. Kochu is going to be playing around the edges with Team Falcons having a very good shot of finding him if he pops his head out in the open. And even if EVOS gets knocked out right now, they've gotten more than enough eliminations to make up for it.
Oh yeah.
Falcons showing up on the rooftop of Team Solid. They drop down the dome, but instant utility being dumped out. Falcons might have walked right into the Hornet's Nest. Limits need some help right now, but the FGL is not making it easy. As Team Solid now is going to show themselves. Slowly walk out, Riptide Rhythm, Monster Truck, drop down the utilities. Now making Team Falcons suffocate.
Oh, definitely suffocate and smell, inhale all those smoke from the FGL. But good enough, they're still alive and kicking despite of being knocked down plenty of times. Pina managed to go in onto the ground right now. And one reason why Team Solid understands that they have to pull out that FGL, because it happened earlier as well. Team Falcons was above them and they just jump in there. But on the other side, we've seen a takedown of Clear Vision. Pina still alive and kicking. I'm not sure if he does have any HP. He waited for that last second, but he didn't anticipate that Cryo Mine will eat up his HP. But on the other hand, Red Hawks being taken down one at a time.
And Pina walked out of rage and walked back in. Slightly unfortunate for Team Falcons as another fight breaks out on the other end with GOW against BRU. Actually, BRU calls for a retreat. They're not going to participate in this. They're not going to entertain GOW, and Kochu is the one who receives that instead. Wasana finally takes him out. EVOS will be eliminated in 7th place. GOW turned their attention over to Falcons. Hans getting the knock onto limit, but they got to remember that BRU is nearby, so they cannot take their eyes off of the tie.
Cryo Mine being thrown into GOW. Also one from Moshi right now. And there goes a knock. Now, quite surprising that Bureram United is not aggressing that much on GOW. It's probably because the barricade from GOW was just too difficult to go through. But that also saves Team Falcons from, or rather, Team Solid from being annihilated from afar and working with Red Hawks. 7 elimination already, still a full squad, and we might be seeing the same team once again. But Team Solid is looking like the contender for the Booyah.
And these Falcons will have to wait a game extra for that hat trick because they have been eliminated. The pressure was just too much from that earlier chain of events. Team Solid having a very good position to work with, completely isolating themselves from the rest of the fight. But when this circle starts moving, then they will be the one that has to travel the furthest. Grenade cooked up by Jonah right into the nest of GOW, blocked by a glue wall. GOW will hold for now, as Team Solid will be the one that is going to be gatekeeping the rotations of these teams.
Oh, Abe, right now, the only survivor from RRQ will be taken down by Jonah. Team Solid could have just naded him off, adding to the 7 they already have. Now, they will need to focus onto Booyah United, and they might be letting go of one player from Red Hawks right now that is behind. But it is GOW that they will be taken down, and there you have it. A double elimination with a nade, and 9 probably will be added if the single player from Red Hawks would be spotted.
See Team Solid now in a prime position to close out the round. The X Factor is going to be the sole survivor of Red Hawks. They find him, they will be good. Yep, clean him up, tie up the loose ends, the them against BRU. And you've done this before, boys. This could be another statement piece. BRU taking this fight very cautious. Glue Melters are out, a 2-2 split. Nick and Hak on one side.
Yeah, it's a battle not only for this Booyah, but also in the leaderboard, because if we are not forgetting, they are also tied with 253 before the game has started. But as you can see right now, Nyx managed to go and for the knockdown, but unfortunately a couple of players as well shoot one of their own. Now, it's a 2v1 situation, quickly turned around, but traps M79 doesn't work, and there goes Booyah United for their third Booyah.
BRU puts themselves on the board again after 2 close calls in the opening rounds of the day. High fives all over from Wasana. People did say that without Wasana there's no win, and Wasana delivers it right on a silver platter to the Thai fans. And so far, Neptune this entire day has been a Thailand party.
Yeah, I mean, it is spicy, and you know how it is with Thailand. They love those spies, and as well as heating up the battlefield. But it's a good thing that Spirit's not out for those who are not making it well. But for EVOS Divine, we saw a huge game from that next era map. A lot of elimination, but unfortunately they couldn't survive any longer. But let's not take it away from Booyah takers of that game. It is Booyah United with Wasana, Moshi Get High, Jonah, and the Cruise into the mix. And I'm loving that they are showing up this time around. Similar to what we've seen in Team Falcons, they know that they need to move up if needed and show their presence to the rest of the team stepping into the grand finals.
Been quite a while since BRU has really reached the summit of any competition, you know, and staked their name at the top. They have tried. The past 2 years have not been kind to them, always falling short on the finishing line. This is another chance for them to make that redemption arc. But unlike the previous 2 years, a lot of teams are out for blood. And BRU, they are forced to work, you know, twice, 3 times as hard. And these Booyahs now mean more than just it's just a trophy, right? It means more than just, an icing on the cake. It actually signifies that BRU is still in the game.
Yeah, definitely. They are in the game and also aiming for that championship, because you know how it is when we go into the grand finals, that champion rush condition needs to be achieved, as well as that Booyah, that final Booyah to be crowned. So this is some of the teams that this is one of the tactics that the teams has been working on, especially in this latter part of knockout stage, if they're sure already that they will be getting in. And it seems like those top teams, from what we've seen in the overall standings earlier up until today or after that match, they are just preparing for that. But let's take a look at the total points that every team has gathered from that next era as we look into the game standings.
And you can see that EVOS Divine, even though they got knocked out, I think, in like 7th, 8th spot, because they got so much eliminations that it really didn't matter. Made up for it. 23 points across the board, alongside BRU, who have 11 eliminations, and also a Booyah to boot. Team Solid, again, showing us another solid performance with a 20-point bomb, and every other team fighting for whatever remains. Red Hawks push themselves top 4 again. We talked about this at the start of the show, Neptune. Yep. Red Hawks, there's something else. They might not have had the chance to go into the grand finals, but they are putting up a hell of a show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the one thing that I would say for Red Hawks right now. Make sure that they remember this moment. We're in there winning all those engagements, getting a lot of points, getting a lot of placement, because if they can relive this on the next instance that they jump into the global finals, they will be getting better. Compared to what we've seen in the first few games, I think there's a lot of hesitation, a lot of pressure for Red Hawks. And now that they're almost out of the competition, there's really nothing to lose right now, and they're just showing their true colors.
And what better way to show it than when the stakes are this high? PE Sports, sadly, haven't gotten even into double-digit territory. 7 points. I guess it's still better than the 1 point in round 1, 1 point in round 2. They got 5 in match 3. This one was a bit of a tough situation. They kind of got sabotaged by EVOS Divine, getting third party. But at the end of the day, for PE Sports, they got to really thank their saving graces that they started as the overall top 3 before today. And so they have a cushion to fall back on.
Well, looking at that board, I mean, PE Sports is one of my predictions, and seems like they don't want me to get all 3 in there. So, well, let's see though. I mean, Team Falcon is still on the board, and RRQ slowly moving up as well, and there's still 3 more games to play in this match. Before we go and prepare for Alpine, let's take a peek on a highlight of Nextera and what happened in that game, because initially there's not so much of hot drop that happened, but it's more up from the mid to late game where all those engagements follow through.
And I think it's also fair to mention that so far to this point, PE Sports hasn't gotten a single survival point, right? A single placement point, which is speaking volumes in how the day has gone for them so far. But for the rest of the teams that have been really tearing it up, from EVOS, the Team Solid, the Falcons and BRU, we can sort of see the pattern, right? Teams who are willing to take initiatives, who are confident in winning these fights, and who are, willing to take that extra step to snowball and keep that lead going are getting rewarded.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, reward is just in the corner. Let's take a peek on what Brim United has brought into the battlefield, and I thought I was mistaken when I saw Moshi pull out that cryo mine, because I was expecting him to get that Skylar, but he used the Nero, and I'm loving it because he can spot out the opponent as well, put some pressure once that is in. And with that Valiant Dash, together with Staffy as well as A124, it's more of an aggressive approach coming from Buriram United right now. And Wasana is back in play, despite of going down in most instances when he rushing against the opponent.
Yeah, and not only that, I think it also helps them to lock down zones very effectively, right? If you try to take them on and they dump their abilities on you, you are forced to fight raw, no glue walls, no abilities. But to make matters worse, you are losing health every single interval, and that is what makes this composition so scary, especially when you have one of the greatest of all time snipers, Moshi, in the roster. He was the one that led them to a 2022 win in Bangkok, and now he's here to do it again in Jakarta.
And let's see if that would come into fruition right now. And I'm really loving the turn event, but it's more of Thailand taking the reign. Though it's no surprise, this is one thing that we have expected so far from a lot of instances when Southeast Asia is involved or Thailand is involved in a tournament. But, well, better late than never. Team Falcons refers to Brim United on the 3rd, and let's see who's going in onto the next map once we go in. But it's quite surprising, Husky, that we've already ended 3 matches, and it seems like it's quite quick.
It is, right? Like Battle Royale cruised to very fast, and not to mention that the average game time has actually increased by I think a solid 2 to 3 minutes per round, and we are still going through it. I felt like the night has just begun, but for these teams it has been quite an eventful day, especially the teams that we saw on cam just now. Some of them, they were not really having a great time. You can see the pressure is starting to get to them. Things are not working out. But the good news is that we're only halfway through. There's 3 more rounds left for them to redeem themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for those who are on their last run, especially if they're looking to get into the grand finals or very close to get in the grand finals. We did mention about a threshold the teams will be following, and from what we've seen as well in the overall standings earlier, we have two of which is Booyah United and Team Solid, who managed to cross over that 270 mark. But right now, we are going to just wait for what's about to happen right now. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we continue on the second half of this day. So do enjoy this video and don't go away. We will be right back for more Free Fire action.
In this arena, timing is everything. Move too early and you fall. Move too late, you're dead. With the best timing and strategy, even giants can bleed. Here are your CS highlights of the week. Games King and Joker lived up to their names. The true king and jester of FFWS.
Double kill. It's possible, but it finally falls into the hands of Joker. That's what we were looking for.
Games King, the one true king. He doesn't just play the game, he dictates
Double
it.
kill. Finishes off that round. Huge plays being made by R7.
Alan blessed by Booyah, the guardian angel turned demon, a heavenly demonic snipe.
Triple kill.
In a single blast, he turned chaos into domination. Pax's meteoric grenade devastating E1.
First blood.
LBT, the apex predator of the arena. LBT is the lethal beast tyrant.
Looking to do it, and he does it. Peace more stays.
Here is how the brackets look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS CS 2025. The fight for the throne never slows, it intensifies. Their names echo through the arena tonight. Comes dawn, new legends will take their shot.
¿Qué onda? Soy López de Nova Legion y bienvenidos al Kit to Hit.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Nero đến từ P Support. Chào mừng các bạn đến với Hit to Hit.
Pues creo que no hay mucho que decir quién es mejor. Yo creo que obvio que América, porque estamos por arriba de la...
พวกลาแทมอ่ะไม่ได้ตึงหรอกเดี๋ยวผมเล่นให้ดู
Em thấy khi mà ra thế giới thì em nghĩ là không có đội tuyển nào yếu hết.
Lux es el equipo actual campeón del mundo, pero ya creo que pasaron su tiempo y estamos acá para quitarle la corona.
Sempre falam a mesma coisa, mas 2 anos seguidos deu a lógica. Vamos fazer acontecer de novo nos cursos.
E eu acho que a região que mais tem que melhorar é a Ásia. Acho que são poucos times assim que dominam e eles têm que focar mais no endgame.
Với sự tham gia của 4 đội Việt Nam trong giải đấu lần này, chúng tôi sẽ chứng minh cho các bạn rằng khu vực Việt Nam không hề yếu.
เฮ้ยพวกเวียดนามอ่ะทำไมตอบสวยจังวะเฮ้ยเราเป็นคนเอเชียนะ
Para todos los equipos asiáticos que quieren aprender cómo se juega de verdad, yo doy clases los jueves, no cobro mucho.
Hello teacher.
Para todos los equipos ahí, pongan las pilas, vamos a salir mucho más agresivo que la primera semana. Y ya soy López de Nova Legion.
Ayo GG, it's Yunsu here and I'm with our best performance team at the moment, Team Falcons. Hello Keroro. So, I saw your performance was very perfect, so let's do a bump fist, shall we? Boom, booyah! Alright, so thank you a lot. So it's my pleasure to interview you guys today. Let's jump into our first questions. With 2 booyahs in Games 1 and Game 2, Falcons seems to have finally woken up and found their form. So what changed?
เมื่อกี้ที่ผ่านมาคือทีม Falcon ได้บูย่า2เกมติดเลยคือเกม1กับเกม2เหมือนกับว่าตอนนี้ทีมเราตื่นขึ้นแล้วมีอะไรที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปบ้างคะ
ก็เปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นครับจากไล่ยิงเป็นเน้นเข้าวงเอาพื้นที่ก่อนครับ
We have changed the play style from focusing on elimination to focusing on get inside the last circle.
Yeah, so that is like a hunting style, right? Impressive. All right, into our second one. Do you think we will see more booyahs from Falcon today?
คิดว่าเราจะได้เห็นบูย่าเพิ่มเติมจากทีม Falcon วันนี้ไหมคะ
ก็คิดว่าอาจจะได้เพิ่มครับแต่ก็เอาท็อป3ดีกว่าครับ
Maybe we can get it, but we will focus on being the top 3 first.
Oh, top 3. I think that is a very good thing to hear. All right, then we have heard everything from our career role and of course Team Falcons. Thank you, Bun, so much. And this is the end of my interview. Let's go to Conchita interview.
All right. Thank you so much, Yunsul. We're not done yet with the interview, Survivor, because I'm here with one of the home team, EVOS Divine. Let's have a bit of a chit-chat with both Rasha and Namegat. So, how's it going, guys? Gimana nih kabarnya? Masuk ke game keempat, tetap semangat?
Semangat terus.
Okay, so the first question is, EVOS is currently sitting at the 13th position with 129 points. And obviously, this is not safe yet. This is still a dangerous position. Is the pressure starting to build? Sekarang kan EVOS ada di urutan ke-13, 129 poin. Yang artinya, posisi kalian masih belum bener-bener aman nih. Apakah pressure udah mulai kerasa sekarang, Emgat?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja? Chill? So you're not stressed out, no pressure whatsoever, just trying to do your best?
Udah pernah soalnya di Brazil juga kayak gini kan. Jadi kalau buat aku biasa aja tapi tetap berusaha yang maksimal.
Okay, so he said that they're feeling calm. They were in the same or similar position back in Brazil. So yeah, there's nothing different about it. They're just trying to do the best. And of course, they're trying to win and get as much points as possible. Second questions. I think I'm going to go to Russia. Okay, so Russia, in the last game, though you got eliminated pretty early, you actually managed to successfully secure 19 elimination points. Is that the strategy going forward to be more aggressive? Kalau kita lihat di game sebelumnya nih, game kedua meskipun eliminasinya bisa dibilang agak cepat ya kalian, tapi poin eliminasi yang kalian dapetin juga cukup luar biasa, 19. Apakah emang strateginya jadi lebih agresif sekarang?
Ya pastinya, karena kan kita juga bisa dibilang lagi butuh poin lah. Jadinya kita bakalan main kayak harimau.
Ooh, so of course that's the strategy that they're trying to do from now on because they need as much points as possible and they're gonna be playing like tigers. All right, good luck guys. We still have 3 more games to go. Let's do a group high five, okay? 3, 2, 1, EVOS Divine, let's go! Take it away, casters!
And there you have it. Thank you very much, Conchita, Caroline, and Yunsul, as well as Team Falcons and EVOS Divine. We've seen great strides being done by Team Falcons, and for EVOS Divine, there's still a lot more that needs to be done. But we've heard it from the team themselves. They are prepared. They are trying their best to catch up. And even from the last game, we've seen them really bring it on. But I'm looking forward to more of this battle because from what we've seen earlier, EVOS Divine has been targeted PE Sports, and looking at the overall standings, they're the ones, PE Sports, the one holding on the 12th spot above EVOS.
And I think this is how like those cut-offs are set up, right? We have seen so many examples of the 12th place team or a team that is kind of gatekeeping the qualification, get hunted down, and I think now it really puts PE Sports in a very uncomfortable situation because nothing they've been doing is working out. We know like EVOS is one of the teams, once they lock eyes on you, once they start deciding that you are the target, they're gonna hunt you down every single round. And the team that knows that feeling very well was Core Memory, right? At EWC, they were getting hunted by EVOS every single round in the grand finals. Even when EVOS didn't need to do that, they still committed. Now PE Sports needs to somehow find a way to actually stop EVOS on Alpine.
Yeah, let's see though if, well, that's the first goal, to stop EVOS in Alpine and also move up the ranks, because looking at numbers from the past games that they played for Group A and B, they are, or EVOS Divine is way down at the bottom of our Alpine standing. For PE Sports, they're in the middle, so I guess PE Sports has that fighting chance. But who's taking the lead right now? It is GOW, and we've seen that fighting game coming from GOW, especially for this day. I mean, first, they are the ones who took down RRQ in one of that game in Kalahari, and as well as tried their best to survive longer than the other teams. But if they are being brought into one of their best map with 43 points, similar to Booyah United, they might be able to get or to give so much trouble for those trying to catch up.
And this is literally crunch time. I think when we look at the teams that are playing today, and we take a look at some of the Alpine performers, there really isn't much that you can look at for certain teams like EVOS Divine to kind of put up a good show, right? That's not their top 3 maps for now. You can say the same for Falcons as well, which I think at least in the start of this day, it's quite shocking. I think Team Falcons is 3rd in terms of Alpine ranking, and just based off of that alone, they have an average of 11 points on that map. So with that being put into perspective, there are certain factors that I feel like can kind of shift the domination on that map, and it's EVOS having the momentum right now, and PE Sports just not getting anything going.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of talk for Team Falcons and EVOS right now, but let's shift our focus in a team that, like, it has brought in the hype, especially when they are in play, when they are in part of the group, and right now also taking that #1 spot. For that final battle between Booyah United and Team Solid, Booyah United has won that fight. Thus, we are showing some of the comments on one of the players, I would say one of the best rushers in Southeast Asia, Wasana, wherein he is the most overrated player. Do you agree with this? Because it seems like from the past, from the previous week, this is true.
I mean, if we just base off of recent performance, then sure, he has been struggling a little bit. But I think when you look at his overall tenure as a pro player, right, when he was still in Magic Esports, the same team as Sa Ming, he was one of the best acquisition after that. When BRU brought him in, we said that this guy was the missing piece. He's the reason that BRU is going to win a trophy. They didn't win a trophy that year. It took Wasana 1 year to actually get his first trophy with BRU. But even in rounds that BRU were dominating, that BRU was struggling, Wasana was the one that really brings them back, that keeps them afloat. So I don't think it's overrated in an overall sense. I think these players just don't like him for being too good at the game. You know, that's my take.
Yeah, well, going back to the story that you mentioned, I mean, every time that the rest of EVOS, the rest of Booyah is not performing, Wasana is on top. And will that be like something that is very ironic? Because you would expect that Booyah United would be like lifting each other up. But we also know for a fact that every time that they're in play, and from the interviews that we've seen every time they get that Booyah, they are not bringing one player in the pedestal. They're at least trying to beat them on that MVP. So would that be a factor as well? Why at some point they are failing their tactics? Because there's I couldn't say infighting, but there's a little bit of that when they are in play, because they want to beat each other on that MVP spot.
Oh yes. I mean, we have some players, I think, over the recent 2-3 years who have gotten MVP titles but still came out winless, right? Like the Uncrowned Kings, like, again, Dew is one of the best examples out there. And I think Wasana also, as an individual, has, even on his worst days, is still someone that you can rely on, right? There's only so much one man can do, if you want him to 1v4 every single round. Of course, he's not going to look that good. But in the grand scheme of things, I think it's wise to constantly pay respects to one of the young greats of one of the strongest regions we have. Let's head to Alpine for round 4 and see if Wasana can prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, well, speaking of Alpine, this is one of the best map as well of Booyah United. They follow GOW in the current standings when we talk about Group A and B. And also, every time they play this map, they're always on the top. The only question, though, is can they maintain that? Because it seems like there's so much of contention, especially when other regions are involved. But one saving grace for now in this grouping for Booyah United is Team Fluxo is not there. Otherwise, or R7 rather. Otherwise, they are the ones who will be hunting them in Alpine because they're always taking their drop in Snowfall.
See, this BRU Snowfall is a classic. Usually teams give BRU enough respect to not contest them, but the 18 Deer, I believe, was popped by LBT. Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Poof.
Yep.
There it is, first blood. PE Sports getting the first point.
A little bit delayed though on that shot. I didn't expect that to be that slow, but well, that's the first blood right now. But clear vision going against Nova Legion. Now let's see if the team from Peru will be able to go against toe-to-toe in the team from Morocco right now, because Clear Vision, despite of a great showing coming from them for today, they're still in 16th spot, very close to really being relegated out of the competition. But let's see if this is continuing. This will continue on for Red Cliff though, because we know how it is for Red Cliff. They're also trying for survivability, but unfortunately they meet up with Booyah United in their rotation.
Yeah, and hope extinguished for now. Moshi in the 1v1 easily wins that, no problem. The third point for BRU. And Red Cliff just ran into the wrong opponents, picked the wrong fight. It's a different weight class for now. So BRU leaves Snowfall, gets 3 points, and now can move to Garrison if they want. And continue to loot up for that mid phase.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprising. Snowfall was left very early by Booyah United. Not quite sure if it's shots coming from Red Cliff or they are just planning not to stay that long in their drop spot, because we did mention that there's a lot of teams targeting them in that specific rotation because they know for a fact that that's where they're dropping. So let's see if that would continue on for Booyah United, Booyah takers of previous game. But the battle continues between Nova Legion and Clear Vision, and let's see who's going to win. A little bit of hitless as well onto Blade coming from GOW on the other side, and Zach will be taken out with a Mag 7, and the payback coming from Clear Vision right now. Now, Sivas will finish them off as well, and seems like Clear Vision would clearly be taken out of this game if Sharon will be eliminated.
Yeah, he's going to try and drive away to safety, and Nova Legion not able to confirm that. Big smile on Lopez's face as Nova Legion flushes Clear Vision out of stadium. And I guess we kind of decked out the arsenal a little bit. Even overall damage leaders, you can see Jonah still in first with Moshi coming in second. And BRU just doing BRU things, right? Wasana in fourth with most eliminations as well. It's a classic BRU, and Sharin, he is gonna ride off into the sunset.
Well, into the sunset, into the seas. I'm not sure what the plan is, but I guess the ideation is just to get away from the vision of everyone else. As long as you're still within the area, you can rotate and still plenty of time to spare. Because the first zone, first going to the second, is not doesn't hurt that much. Now, Ray right now, a few shots being made onto Hotshot, and it's just tough for Hotshot. They have been taking great position, but unfortunately for them, the defense is not that strong, especially if EVOS Divine is involved. You get that Razzia snipe onto them, then they will be in trouble. But it's a good thing that EVOS Divine is not staying that long, because they might be expecting a third party as well. There's plenty of loot that they need to, that they can get if they pull away from that Hotshot team.
Yeah. And I think it's also a reflection of what of the interview that we heard just now between Conchita and AimGod and Russia, where they don't really feel the nerves, at least not for now. They've been in this spot before, like AimGod said. The pressure is sort of second nature to them, but you know, even according to Russia, right, going aggressive seems to be the way for now, because they do need points. They're desperate for points, and if they can replicate that performance of that 19 elimination game, you know, previously, they can definitely meet that quota by the end of the day.
And let's see though, but on the other side, we have RQ going against Red Hawks right now. There goes FGL. No one has been damaged just yet, but a barrage of a fire grenade from RRQ being thrown at them, and this might be it. Now, on the other side, Maal just taking a peek, and that time turner doesn't save them from being shut down, even as they try to jump away from RQ. It's a good thing that Kutush tried to split up, and this is saving grace. Kutush with a distraction to give that opening onto the other player for Red Hawks to get into the vending machine. So, smart play coming from Red Hawks right now, I believe.
Yeah, just willingly sacrificing himself. Ninja will bring Blade back into action. Kutush was looking for conversion, but 18 Deer shuts him down. Prompt. RQ finding the third elimination, but it's fine. Our Red Hawks still in the running. 6 minutes in, and all 12 teams are still in the game.
Yeah, and this seems to be troublesome later on if they manage to survive longer. Yes, we were expecting that some of the teams will be eliminated early, but I'm loving the adjustments being made. Even for Red Cliff, wherein they were gunned down earlier, now they need to deal with PE Sports. And one thing that would be saving grace for Red Cliff is PE Sports is being cautious. They don't want to end up at the bottom of the game standing once again, so they will be hanging back in here. I'm quite surprised though that PE Sports fired back, because that exposes potential enemies to go against them. But hopefully they can barricade themselves as well. They're saving up on a lot of resources right now so that they can move from first to second a little bit safer.
This is ironically the best round for PE Sports so far, but because all 12 teams are still in the lobby, technically they haven't gone out of the woods just yet. Still looking for their first placement points today. Only Clear Vision is on the far west side. They say that they are one of the teams that like to play slow, but every other team have basically been hard reading the circle and are within close proximity of one another. Team Solid against RRQ on the feed just now. Knockdowns occur, but pickups are also very, very prompt.
Yeah, let's see though. And RRQ lost one of the players, and there you have it. Toots will be back from the ashes. Now, Brave United taking the northern side, but the only difference compared to what we've seen earlier, there's a lot of contention right here. The saving grace for Booyah United is the two teams surrounding them is Red Cliff and Red Hawks, and we know for a fact that they can easily deal with them unless some miracle happen against Booyah United. Now, for EVOS Divine, a backstab was averted by Aim God with that Trogon, and Floki would be taken down together with another one. EVOS Divine on the chase, and a little bit of delay, but still Rasia managed to take a landing hit and getting 4 elimination at this point.
Yeah, Rasia waving them goodbye too. Live on site. As the blood gets flowing for EVOS, this is the aggression, the snowballing effect that we talked about. It's just one good round, and you can have a team start tearing up the competition. And if EVOS can replicate that close to 20 eliminations per round, I don't care if they get knocked out first. They will have more than enough points to make up for it.
Oh, let's see on how much points they can grab at this point. And motivation is there. I mean, the momentum is there as well. Hopefully it doesn't go too much to their head, because that's where all the risk is. But speaking of risk, Team Solid hunting Team Falcons down. Not quite sure if this is intentional, but I guess great minds think alike, or what I always say, great minds think a lot, because they always end up in the same spot. Team Solid, GOW, and Falcons. I'm including GOW in this list of the top dogs, top contenders, because this is their map from historical records. So let's see if GOW can manage to defend themselves from this area, because another contender on the other side as well, which is EVOS Divine, who is our elimination leader at this point.
Yeah, Captain Aim God just now was thinking of moving slightly forward, but ultimately made the call to split into 2 squads. But they want to cover as much ground as possible, so Aim God continues his reconnaissance. So the entire southern side of his compound is going to basically go over to EVOS at base camp. Both Falcons, Solid, including GOW, all stay in silence. All this takes is a good binoculars from EVOS Divine, and they will basically know what's ahead of them.
Let's see if they'll be able to spot out who's ahead of them. But out of the 11 teams, 4 are in here in base camp, and there's a lot of stragglers out there. One of which is Clear Vision, who might be running into Booyah United right now. They stopped directly right next onto them, just putting themselves just on that edge. But unfortunately, they have been spotted by that binocular, and Booyah United might be going in all against them later on. Also, Red Hawks is in the vicinity, so if Booyah United spots them as well, then BRU might be playing it safe, moving away, but the 10-minute mark is already there, and we know how it is. Booyah United starts off those engagement from here on.
One of the few late game masters, just very good at making the calls, but not only that, when you fight BRU, you gotta cut off the head of the snake. You can't settle for a knockdown. It has to be extermination. And BRU springing into action. Let's start moving forward closer into the circle. A BRU that makes the leg rotation might just be the winning formula in this round, with all the other teams very likely to be preoccupied in their own affairs.
Let's see though. I mean, we've seen Clear Vision as well jump into Sunside, and PE Sports is occupying the area. A little bit of a healing has been done by Clear Vision, probably being gunned down by PE Sports as they jump in. But I love this position as well because there's a lot of cover that can be used. You can save up on your glue walls if you're on Sunside. The only difference though is once someone or some other team jumps on you, there's a maze that you need to work on before you can fight through. So let's see on how that plan will be put into fruition, as the Bangladeshi team as well is tanking the blue, cautious of anyone who might be gatekeeping them.
And look at this bird's eye view. It's about to get very, very messy. And starting with PE Sports. And unfortunately for them, they don't get to choose who they take on as Sunside. It's BRU on one end, Clear Vision from the north. Red Hawks also slowly approaching. It's about to get very messy. You see the engine roll up, and Red Hawks takes the attention of BRU first. That should give some information to PE Sports, who are waiting with bated breath. Red Hawks will fall victim one by one to BRU, who picked up a couple of eliminations along the way. Blade can only survive for so long as Red Hawks are out BRU with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, earlier it is Red Hawks who really is putting their A game at this point when we look at the bottom part of the leaderboard. But unfortunately, I guess those guys are draining out, and they are losing out on the gunfight as well for Red Cliff. Cryo Mine onto them. Minigun has been put out, and seems like they do have a fighting chance against GOW, Liko, and a Bison. But there goes the rush. Hans right now will try to finish them off, and Red Cliff will be falling off the cliff following Red Hawks. And GOW is still back in play. 4 elimination at this point, and a few more loots to boot.
They have to start getting out of the blue because it is really hurting. Clear Vision, unfortunately, forced deeper into the blue by PE Sports. BRU decides to not intervene in this one, as PE Sports, they force Clear Vision away, and now they make contact with RRQ. They want to hold this circle around Sunside, but it's going to be a tall task. Clear Vision with the launch pad right into the circle away from the blue, but PE Sports now will have to make an executive decision on who to gatekeep first. GOW is about to join the conversation.
Let's see though who's going to survive this battle, because the lighting zone is also on. RRQ putting all the nades in there, spite of that Steffi being pulled in. It seems like EVOS Divine will still go in for a spree right now in terms of elimination. Now 4 elimination at this point. They are trying to chase down on hot shots, and Leo will be spotted. Anas will be spotted. Another one is left as Action would be stuck in a corner, and EVOS Divine are the ones eliminating them. Those gunshot though will pull in Team Falcons from the right, as well as Booyah United on the left, so EVOS Divine might be pinched in a bit, but let's focus on Team Solid. There goes Cryo Mine onto RRQ, and nades being lobbed. Dutch being taken down by Hack with a Winchester.
And a Hack converts this to Guaksha. Also pulls his away. Zach from Clear Vision steals a buy away, and Guaksha is not going to let that go easily. Thieves do not have happy endings, and Team Solid will make that statement clear. Clear Vision now in a very rough spot as Guaksha takes them down. Yunus with a double nade onto PE Sports. Collateral damage all around this final battle as Jonah takes out 2 from EVOS. BRU rocking 10 eliminations and counting.
Yeah, RRQ eliminated already by Team Solid, and Booyah United with 10 might be able to follow through if this hits EVOS Divine, but they need to move because that blue is going to hurt. Plus the lightning zone is also activated. Wasana for the rush, Valiant dash, and Ray would be going down. 11 elimination already. Kochi will not be chilling anymore. He would be the villain in this fight, and the hero would be Booyah United. 5 team remain in this battle, and BRU is still a full squad.
And Sunside turns into a war zone too. Guaksha getting knocked down. Jonah with the Winchester fights Keroro. It is just pandemonium in this final zone. Down to 5 teams and a couple of members bleeding out and just trying to stay clear of trouble, but On Fire will be blasted by LBT. PE Sports having the best round they've had so far. LBT with the finisher, and Falcons are out. BRU decides to pull back and play with the circle instead.
Yeah, well, speaking of circle, it will be shifting, and it is Booyah United who has the opportunity to shift with it. PE Sports right now being rushed, and Jono would be taken out with a VSK coming from Lau Ho. Here comes the pickup as well as recovery. PE Sports is still on their heels. LBT and Jonah, but LBT will need to back away because there's HP being gunned down, being chipped away by BRU. Not only that, BZP10 hiding out, glue wall in there, fortified, and no one can knock against him. Clear Vision though also have one player, but it would be taken out by Lau Ho, and Sharon would be out. 3 teams remain, and BRU might be looking for a back-to-back again.
See the Cryo Mine 2 splitting LBT from the rest of his team. Team Solid out. BRU having the man advantage and 14 eliminations. Will try to win this with 17 if they can take out PE Sports. It's an uphill battle. PE Sports having the best round they had so far, but BRU might just be their undoing as Jonah starts it off with a bomb on the LBT. He's going to be made into a sandwich by the end of this. Lau Ho gunned down. BRU on the board with their own back-to-back Booyah.
And again, the tie domination continues. After 4 matches, 2 teams managed to get a back-to-back Booyah. And we are talking about teams that are no joke. Team Falcons started it off from Solara to Kalahari, and Booyah United from Nextera down to Alpine. And we called it. Alpine is one of the best map of Booyah United. It might not have shown from Southeast Asia fall qualifiers into the global finals, but now they are showing the dominance. But one question though is, if they show the strength right now, would they be targeted later on the same spots?
I mean, you call one of their star players overrated, he's gonna give it to you tenfold. Another Booyah for BRU. We even got a glimpse. Team Solid starting to really feel the sweat drip down their foreheads because they've come so close so many times. They just could not close out a round. But for BRU, it's a chain reaction of just being dominant and playing that late game. You said they are the best on Alpine, but not only that, they have one of the best statistical records. When the game goes past 10 minutes and BRU were uncontested, they are going to have a very high chance of winning the round with the amount of resources that they have amounted up to the very end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like the late game is working for Booyah United right now compared to what we've seen before, because most of the time in the late game, that also cost them a lot. No elimination and then being taken out by a team. But I guess this grouping of A and B is what Booyah United is taking advantage of. I did mention Fluxo earlier because most of the time they were the ones gunning them down, and also that includes Movistar R7. So there's a lot of potential for Booyah United that they can get another Booyah onto the next map because of how dominant Thailand is showing this time around. And hopefully it continues though, but it's just unfortunate that those trying to catch up into the points will not be able to do so if Thailand continues this.
29 massive points for BRU off of this round. PE Sports getting 15 for themselves. And all things considered, it's a very respectable scoreline. Another 14 for Team Solid. The 2 Indonesian teams playing today, getting mediocre finishes, and everyone else just left with crumbs, right? Single digits.
Well, it's tough though because it seems like it's top heavy at this point, and this is where stamina is a factor. Some of the teams tried their best in the early parts of this game, and they did move up into the leaderboard, but unfortunately, all those effort, all those energy are dying down, and it's being taken advantage by teams like Booyah United, PE Sports, especially. Despite of them failing, they have a plan right now to get themselves back into the board. But for Team Solid, they're also a team that consistency-wise is up bar 50% of each game. They are in the top 3, and it still continues even more than Booyah United has done.
Yeah, and I think that's something that is going to be a constant reminder, I think, to everyone out there. Let's take a look at today's standings so far after 4 rounds. The team in first, of course, BRU, really pulling ahead of the competition for now. 89 points in total, 2 Booyahs. Team Solid, even without a single Booyah, still came in second with 68. Falcons come in third. And then we start to see the great divide. EVOS Divine 4th, RQ Kazu in 5th spot. And PE Sports, they move up the rankings a little bit. 22 points for them, and the majority of those points from Alpine.
Yeah, well, so far for some of the teams who have the target of achieving, it seems like Booyah United and Team Solid, Team Falcons are very close to getting there. But the focus now would be those who are who will be resting it out for tomorrow's game. So yesterday we have Group A and B. Now we have B and yesterday was A and C. Now we have A and B. So those on Group A will need to hustle. And that's one reason why Booyah United and Team Solid is doing this much. For PE Sports, they were given an opportunity. They're still top 3 in overall, but they would need to hold on a little bit to be able to get that threshold of 270 that we talked about earlier.
And I think that is that's going to be the constant topic, right? As we progress through the rest of the final 2 rounds. I think even from the highlights, we can sort of see how today's the kind of the discussion we had about how the teams are approaching day 2 still remains a constant. Getting very early reads on the circle, committing to it, and then we get these bloodbath towards the late game that is starting to be a problem for some of the teams who are still not used to these big scale fights. And you can kind of see the difference in experience, right? For BRU, they get the read, but they don't commit to it, right? They understand that they don't have to rush in, but for teams who are desperate to get a powerful position, you sort of pay the price of being caught in a crossfire. And it's sort of a give and take. And in this case, Falcons for 2 rounds in a row from round 3 to 4 have struggled a little bit where they get the good position, but they just got overwhelmed with the amount of gunfights happening.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, especially on that map, because a lot of teams has been surviving in the final moment of that game. But, well, let's see, though, if some other team will be taking that board on the Booyah takers, because so far it's just Thailand on a spree. And it's pretty much similar on how AG is reigning. And not in the Booyah, but it's more of the points that they've gathered. And it seems like from the past, some of the teams, especially regions from Indonesia, from Brazil, are doing their best to pull down Thailand out of that throne, out of that pedestal. But seems that but Team Falcons, Booyah United would want that prestige back. And that's also one thing that they can carry onto grand finals to be able to show that they are not easy to beat. But let's see on how difficult they are to beat as we look at the skills of the team. Would there be any changes? Seems like there are none. It seems like Moshi still have that Nero, A124 for Jonah, Oscar for Wasana, and Get High with that Steffi. And I'm really liking how they adapt in the current meta of the skills right now.
Yeah, I think it's, if you want to find a team that has a very good grasp on how meta shifts and come up with sort of a all-rounded team, that's gonna be BRU. Jonah, 8 eliminations, another MVP, award granted to him. I think BRU, there was a period of time when when Coach Namo departed from the team and Deklong had to take over. Obviously, there were some questions asked, how is BRU going to move on forward? Is it going to affect the performance? But I think BRU, even when you leave the coaching staff out of the conversation, you have multi-World Series winners, right? Wasana being the exception, but he is already off that caliber to take that trophy. BRU showing again that those experience that they gotten over the years is something that cannot be replaced by all the other teams out there.
Well, speaking of experience, this is our MVP right now, Captain Booyah United Jonah. 8 elimination, 3,791 in damage and 4 assists, bringing that thrill of battle. And I love the combination of A124 as well as that Cryo Mine. So it's more of a disabler. One disables the skill, another one disables the glue wall that is needed by the rusher of the team to be able to clean house. And the adaptation of Booyah United out of the meta right now, they might have delayed it, but here we can see that they're slowly perfecting this game when it comes to active skill.
And on top of that, you also have one of the newly added utilities, right? The team booster. So talk about trying to take out a already bad and hardened team. Now they get to pick themselves back up. They get to assist each other even more efficiently. That is going to complicate matters when the going gets tough. Again, BRU with that back-to-back Booyah kind of taking over what Falcons had set off in the start. It's going to be hard to stop them, right? Maybe a third party is what's needed, but they have been very intelligently avoiding these third party situations.
And let's see though, now we have the weapon progression at this point from Buriram United and Alpine. And we can see in the beginning of the game, we have Wasana with a Mag 7, P90 from Jonah, as well as a Charge Buster from Moshi, which is surprising. But if that is what you have right now in the beginning of the game, knowing that there's not so much of contention and snowfall, then so be it. But as you can see, this is where the late game play usually happens. Circle 2, Circle 3, they didn't get any of those elimination. I believe it was when they went into Garrison, they went against Red Hawks, thus they got 3 elimination. But as they move along, slowly but surely, they're getting all those shots from afar, especially with the AC-80 Winchester from both Jonah and Get High. And as they get closer to the final of the circle, or the final circles, they switch over to close range weapons like M590, we have the M79, which you know for a fact Jonah would be wearing.
Nothing beats having just being Moshi, just aura farming, right? Just Charge Buster. No changes at all. This man is something else. But yes, M590 is still very, very deadly. I mean, I enjoy the breath of fresh air, having the Winchester now being part of the meta, right? With long gone are the days of the Woodpecker, the AC-80 making it in final circle, the AWM, Winchester for the win, as BRU are now leading in the overall standings. The first and only team so far to break through the 300-point threshold.
Yeah, 300 mark is there, and they're way past the threshold that we're looking for to be able to get into grand finals. The same story for Team Solid. So with this point, with the direct trajectory that they have made overall, they will be resting, sleeping easy at this point, and we're not even done with the day just yet. But let's see if there's something that could change for the other teams, because it seems like it will continue on for Thailand, because Team Falcons grabbed that 2 Booyahs, Buriram United also getting 2 Booyahs, and it's still not over. Their performance is not dwindling any bit.
Yeah, not at all. And that's momentum in a nutshell, right? BRU actually now is also leading in terms of the Booyah, right? Four Booyahs in total, the highest elimination so far in the competition. Just classic BRU stuff. The night still is quite far from being over, so this team needs to start locking. This is where we go into how the exhaustion is going to start kicking in. And if you are the teams that are really struggling, still trying to fight for the top 12 spot like EVOS in this matter, you have to keep on pumping out the heat. And for me, I personally feel like it's harder to keep on going aggressive and snowballing than it is to just play slow and fall back to a safe spot, because there's less the sense of urgency playing safe than telling a team that we have to keep on going, and it does wear on you.
Yeah, definitely.
And, I mean, good to see that EVOS is trying to keep that up.
Exactly. I mean, EVOS will try their best to keep up with what is happening, because we also featured earlier that there's a lot that they really need to bring into the table right now, and hopefully into next set of games, next set of map, we'll be able to see them really pop off. Because as we go into the game schedule, we're going to witness as well as to where the teams will be dropping in. We're going into the OG map, the green grass of Bermuda, and the last game for today would be happening in Purgatory. Both are similar in aspects that teams will need to be cautious of.
And you can be sure that wherever you're going to Bermuda, steer clear of peak. That's rule number one, because that's where BRU is going to set up base camp, just like how they did on Alpine. And we have seen teams start to navigate the area of peak. I think it's a very interesting compound to play around, whether you want to play in the Garden of Maze or inside the building. A lot of close quarter combat. One of the few spots in Bermuda that really offers you that luxury if you are into getting jump scare in battle. But for teams that like to play from afar, then they probably would consider places like Clock Tower.
Yeah, and it's one thing that surprised me though. I mean, Peak is dead smack in the middle of Bermuda, and that's where Booyah United is really dominating, or dropping most of the time. Now, I couldn't say dominating because it just is a contrast to their usual approach. You know how it is? They go stay away from all engagement, but if you're in the middle, you really couldn't go away from that much engagement. At some point, someone will be crossing you, someone would be seeing you as a whale. But the saving grace, though, of where Peak is, there's a lot of zipline that they can use to move out and stay onto the edge. But for those planning to beat down and take down Booyah United when unexpected, they will need to go out. But speaking of Booyah United, we have fun fact right now, Husky, coming from for Thailand.
Yeah, and it's today Pad Thai Day because the Thai teams collectively have 8 Booyahs, tied with Vietnam for the most. And BRU basically have half of the stocks of the current Booyahs, 4 out of 8. And doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. Who knows? They might go on to get another 2 Booyahs and close out the day with 4. And I love to see instead of just only Indonesia competing with Thailand, Vietnam now is the one that's taking second spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of Booyah being taken by Vietnam. But just to break down who got the Booyah, so you did mention that Booyah United got 4, and Team Falcons overall got 3 together with the 2 that we had for today, and then AG Global for that 8 for the region. But for Vietnam, it's PE Sports with 3, GOW with 3, and Heavy with 2 as well. So it's just Southeast Asia showing up differently this time around. But let's not forget that Team Solid, despite of not getting a Booyah for today, they did get 3 from the past knockout stage.
Yeah. The biggest shocker for me is just WAG really falling off a cliff so far since the fall season. And we'll get our chance to watch them tomorrow when they play their final 6 rounds. For now, let's turn our attention back as we fly back to the El Clasico of Bermuda. It's game number 5 of the day, the second last of the evening. And let's see if BRU will continue the Thai domination streak.
And let's see though, as we are going to see the flight path right now. And, well, teams will be dropping. Let's see where they land. And flight path will be fair from the bottom to the north, from the south to the north. But it won't be fair in terms of hot drop because Nova Legion is going against Red Hawks or vice versa. Whoever is going against each other, it would be a great motivator if they survive this because no one else will be heading into Sentosa that quickly. For the rest of the teams, Redcliffe might be seeing some from up north in Mars Electric, but let's get into Sentosa right now and see the battle unfold.
And right off the bat, Sentosa, Red Hawks against Nova Legion. It's going to be quite a chaotic one. Both teams have kind of put on the pressure on some of our front runners today. They take each other out. It's going to alleviate some of the pressures from teams like PE and EVOS and even RRQ to a certain degree. So Floki MVP, the first one to take some fire, but was lucky enough to stay up. Nova Legion looking to retaliate against Red Hawks. We can see that Red Hawks are actually slowly backing off. If they can just buy a little time, they put Nerjat right in the front line as Lopez tries to get a good view of where the rest of Red Hawks are. Couldn't find any info, so Red Hawks for now gets to avoid any direct confrontation.
I love it. I mean, they just blocked the approach. They know the position of where Nova Legion is, and one by one, Red Hawks just lined up and they pull away, probably putting themselves in a better position to fight against a Nova Legion. But how can you do it if Sebas is on the rooftop? But seems like it is working. Red Hawks unfazed right now and still be able to prepare themselves from the battle. 14 Falcons, they drop in a little bit closer in the next phase, but there's still plenty of area to loot around. So they head into Shipyard right now, and well, no one is in the vicinity.
Yeah. For now, Falcons at Shipyard is one of their cover spot too. First blood, courtesy of Lao Ho. I think found one of the Red Cliffs members. As Red Hawks and Nova Legion continues to duke it out right here. Might be a full-blown fight soon. Blade and Nerjat pushing forward. Time Turner drop down. by NVL. Reptile Rhythm perfectly placed by Flicker. It's gonna cost the knockdown of Cluso. So Red Hawks started off with their first elimination and Nerja finds the conversion. Good for the second. Round the corner, gets back up, and Red Hawks wins that convincingly.
Love the crossfire that has been set up in there by Red Hawks just to make sure that one player will not get out that easily. In the moment that that player goes down, Nejad will try his best to go for that play. Now, as we look into another Bangladesh team, it is Hope from Redcliffe right now trying to get information for those in clear vision. But speaking of clear vision, it seems like Booyah United has clear vision of hotshots or vice versa. It seems they will be let go right now and BRU are slowly hunting them down. But hotshots moving in fast onto the edge, onto the ridge. And I think this pull away from Booyah United might bait hotshots in that fight.
And this is kind of what more inexperienced team will fall into. They go for the chase, but we check back in a bit. Rasha somehow survives all of that pressure. And I thought Limit would at least get a knockdown. AimGod should know this by now. Limit with Reptile Rhythm forcing AimGod to abandon his cover and put up a second one. Falcons have the upper hand, at least for now, but EVOS manages a clean disengage.
I mean, EVOS Divine, whether it's Rasya, whether it's Ray or AimGod, they can pull away from battle, but Kochil might be the ones going down because On Fire and Pina is already here, or this might be part of plan. Rasya in position for a snipe, giving the opening. He might be able to take down On Fire, but Team Falcons is not falling for it. Here comes Keroro going in for the flank and an opener, but he gets gunned down. Sliver of health, On Fire on the ground, and Team Falcons seems to be falling out of the White Tigers' reign.
Russia did say that they are going to play like ferocious tigers, and they sure are doing so. They're hunting down the Falcons one by one. Pina trying to get away into the hands of Ray. Falcons out in 11, and you can see Rasha celebrating with his fists up in the air. They have weathered that storm, and it's 4 clean elims for them.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a quadra for the team, and let's see if they can add it up real soon. For Booyah United, they've stayed in here and waited for hotshots for the longest time. And this is what I'm talking about. Booyah United was spotted and they didn't engage. Thus, hotshots stayed in the same area and now they're going against the Thai Giants. Now, let's see if hotshots will be able to get at least one knock or two to be able to get that one ahead. But Action already in the lead, get high, almost being taken down. It's a good thing that Cassie electrotherapy saves him and heals up much faster, but Moshi might be in trouble. A trio would be rushing in, and there goes division and domination done by Booyah United, but Hotshot seems like they're the ones winning it.
Wow, just wow. Hasu's gamble paid off. He ran into 2 members of BRU, distracted them, enough time for the rest of his teammates to win the fight and put Jonah as the lone survivor. And that's what we love to see from these teams. You take on the challenge, you win it from a tactical standpoint. Hasha should be proud of themselves when they revisit this moment in time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might not know who they're going against, but the moment that they find out, that's great motivation for the team right here. And Pakistan would still be in this game. And a little bit of cryo-mine action coming from PE Sports Lao Ho as Clear Vision spread away, but Lightning might be hitting them in a bit, but no! Nero with Winchester taking the win. Now LBT on an M590 will not be waiting anymore, and PE Sports really relieving Clear Vision of this fight and bringing them to 10th.
Yeah. And that is just great stuff. I mean, overall, PE Sports have recovered, albeit taking a bit long, but they definitely have found some of the stride. Polish on some of the problems that has been haunting them in the early stages of the game. You know, first of all, EVO stopped hunting them down, which is great. But also, they've been able to find composure in these 4v4s and be a lot more decisive on the calls that they want to make. Contrary to that, RRQ have definitely slowed down as the day progressed.
Yeah, it seems like the fire is Well, not only it's burning out, but they are being cautious right now because they will need that. There's not so much of result that's coming out of their aggressive approach, and that's a good thing. That's a good adjustment for them so far. Out of the 8, 7, 11 for the back-to-back Nextera and Alpine, there's only small progression, and it's because of this small adjustment. As long as they're not taken out early, then there's still a chance for them to bring some numbers into the board.
By no means an end game scenario just yet. At least not the end for RRQ. On the overall standing, they are still in 9th spot, so pretty safe if you think about it, right? 210 points. They haven't reached a threshold just yet, but they are sure as heck pretty close to it. Contrary to that, EVOS still have a long way to go, but they are making good strides. There's something that can continue keeping an eye out for. It is, I mean, both of them still have one more play day tomorrow, right? So the pressure is definitely not as heavy just yet if they can keep on just getting points.
Yep, definitely. I mean, for EVOS Divine, they only need 26 points to be able to go against PE Sports, or rather Nova Legion, who's currently on the 12th spot. So let's see if there's something they can do, or even more, because Nova Legion's already out of this game. So EVOS Divine, easily, if they get 26, they might, or even more, they might be able to get the 12th spot by the end of this game, and there's another one that will be following. For RQ, they're on the 9th spot, and there's plenty of leeway for them. But I don't think they will be giving up that leeway, despite of them still playing tomorrow. It's more of those coming from Group B that would need to be cautious. So let's see if there's something or rather Group A that needs to be cautious, and that is Red Hawks, who is in the current standing 46 points away from Nova Legion.
Yeah, the only team from Group A who basically at the end of yesterday already had no more chance of qualifying, but are still putting up a show. He's trying to show us why they deserve to be here. Not their first time, at least on the international stage. We have seen them before at EWC, and they did show us some promises. EVOS Divine looking for more. Once this time on a hot shot, picking their targets cautiously. The dome goes down, and AimGod finds his 7th point for the team.
You can see the tenure of a player right there, similar to what we've seen in AimGod. Time Turner is there. All he had to do is wait for the opponent to move in instead of him going for the chase. But Coach Hill right now seeing Liku and 3 on him. Little to no chance of him surviving, but another player from Red Cliff has already done the deed, revived the rest of the teammates, and they are back on a full squad, and they are here to get more.
They are so back indeed. All the prayers and wishes and the faith that the fans have given them, even in the chat itself, definitely boosted that resolve. Russia finding another one on the action. I believe that's point number 9 this game. And hot shot getting wiped out. Lao Ho on the feed. Did find Ma'ao as RRQ. They've been playing cautiously for majority of the game. Now they'll be forced to take action with PE Sports encroaching.
Yeah, let's see it out. We have PE Sports moving in, and well, we're not talking about action coming from hot shots. We're talking about action that they need to do right now. In RRQ, 0 elimination, and PE Sports might be the ones that would add to that board. But not only that, we also have a few players from Red Hawks who are spotted onto the other side of that ridge. But for Rex right now, Coach Hill will take him down with a Winchester, and that brings EVOS Divine as the elimination leader, 8 on this game, and still the battle continues from 3rd to 4th phase of the circle.
I believe there's some utilities being thrown into Wasana. They're gonna stay silent for now. Reconvene with Get High. Team Solid on the horizon. Moshi sees it, has the Winchester in hand, even rocking the Chrono. So Shaft has a way to protect himself. Wasana did get tagged a little bit, but was able to slip into safety. And when you look at the state of the circle, of course, the BRU is the one that needs to move in a little bit. And Team Solid have a good chance of stopping them in their tracks.
See though if they will be stopped, or will they be the one stopped at this point. Everyone is, I would say, on a standstill. Despite of Team Solid trying to put so much pressure, Booyah United is not budging at all. Live nade action, and Moshi will be healing up. Wasana will be spotted, and a headshot for the Charge Buster might bring him down. Nyx right now missing those shots, and it is good that Booyah United is not jumping out on them as well, because that keeps both of them safe. But Red Hawks jumping in here, disrupting the 4v4 that's happening between the two regions on the top two of the board.
This team is going to be lights out for BRU as Hawk takes on the challenge with Wasana against everyone else. Nyx totally found get high, but Wasana is around and cannot let your eyes off of Wasana. Almost taking down a second, the glue wall. Keeping Team Solid safe for now. Wasana with inhalers, gonna try and relocate himself and maybe bring his teammates back up. Jonah and Moshi on their feet. Wasana gets get high, back into action. And BRU, they have completely recovered from their situation and now are looking to close out the fight. But Hawk stands his ground, takes out Jonah. As Wasana comes in to try and finally ends it. Jonah back on his feet again, and they finally surround Hawk. It's a 4v1, and Team Solid have been turned to dust.
Yeah, they have been turned to dust, but it seems like Booyah United has slowed down in there. Riptide Rhythm to break away the defenses. That's only preventing GOW and PE Sports from fighting against each other. It's a good thing that GOW managed to bring up a lot of glue walls, and they can be picked up. And that delivery with the Riptide Rhythm is courtesy of RRQ, who's just toying with them from afar. And there goes Rip with an M79, but it seems like it is RRQ who will be ripping them out and reaping from all those knockdowns.
All these long-range third parties are starting to bear fruit. RRQ having control of the circle. PE Sports no more out in fifth spot. And we've seen Thai teams make it to the final circle, but this time it's going to be the Indonesian Derby. And BRU only left with just one. EVOS 17 points. Can you believe it? Looking to set a new record today. The highest so far was 29 by BRU. And EVOS looks to overtake that. Aim God 1v1. Moshi wiped out. And that's 18 for EVOS.
And Thailand has been eliminated when being taken down off that spree. Now Indonesia will be here on a roll. Either way, it would be the Kingdom who will be getting that Booyah. EVOS or RQ, the only question is who gets it best. Ignis being used right now to clear it out, and a lot of glue walls in here, and no one is breaking them down. But unfortunately, the freeze will take down Aim God. That would disrupt the balance between these two teams, and EVOS Divine might be losing it out, and RRQ is looking at their Booyah for today. And only one remains, and RRQ is not slowing down. The Wonder Kid has nowhere to go.
And they're gonna slowly surround him. Rasha left to his own devices. Can't do it against the Kingdom. As they roar in triumph and bring Indonesia their first ever Booyah today.
Oh, it seems like RRQ is living to that meme that we just showed earlier. Denying of EVOS of getting that Booyah, but we didn't mention that there's a lot of elimination. They had beat, I believe they beaten the record, if not got close to it. And with only 2 games, with that much elimination, EVOS Divine has made a huge stride to get into the top 12. But for RQ, I mean, it's another day in the office for this team. Yeah, they're not pressured, but the number of points per match that they have is still on the top 5. So it seems like RQ is still on a roll, and with this Booyah, it adds more to that prestige.
Even when you saw, even RQ won that EVOS, they were still, you know, in a positive light because they've got that 18 eliminations at least, right? You add that 9 points, it's 27. It's still a massive round. We talk about the benchmark set for them for today, 75 points on average. I think EVOS, they have definitely gone above and beyond to try and surpass that target set for them. So nothing to be disappointed about. I think both Indonesian teams did a fantastic job this round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were fantastic at that point, and I'm loving it. A turn of events that happened, pulling away all those Booyahs, all those points from Thailand into Indonesia. And it seems like the same story, as I mentioned earlier, is being done by either EVOS or RRQ. They understand what they need to do, and they're just doing it in that perfect moment we're in. By the end of the day, some of the teams will be ending up on the top 12, or if not, on a decent amount of points to be a little bit safer, especially with additional games or an additional day that they have for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I gotta say, prior to this, I think we saw the overall standings, and BRU are the first and only team so far to break it into the 300-point mark. I think it's fair to say that BRU is most likely into the top 12, right? They've most likely qualified to the grand finals. I think Team Solid has as well. So, just based off of that, we have 10 more slots left for the top 12. It is still anyone's game. Let's take a look at the game standings. First, again, EVOS Divine. Didn't get the Booyah, doesn't matter, still the most points, 27 for them. RQ Castle with 23. P Sports racking out some good 13 points. And guess who is there with them? Is Red Hawks again.
Yeah, Red Hawks managed to get 7 placements, 6 elimination, and I love the determination of this team right here. They're playing it to their best right now to survive and fight back, and that again, I'm imploring for Red Hawks to rewind, watch that match, identify which team they were almost eliminated in that game, in that first engagement, and then thank everyone who will be able to support them even more in the next battle, onto the next tournament that they will be joining. Because it seems like if they put this mindset all throughout, from the beginning up until, let's say, their road, they're qualifying in any grand finals, then they might be able to do it next time around.
And I think it's just a very good showing of what a team can do, right? And coming in from a region like Bangladesh, it's not very easy to kind of adapt to that global stage. But I think Red Hawks, if they've shown us anything back in Riyadh, is that they have that caliber, right? They're the best team in the region for a reason. I think even if they don't make it to the grand finals, unfortunately for the global finals, they have given some of our teams a run for their money. And current day standings, BRU, 100 points in the day, and there's still one more round to go.
Yeah, and for Team Solid as well as EVOS Divine, they have breached that 70 mark. And I guess it's very close right now. If I'm not mistaken, it is how many points that we have seen that EVOS needs to catch up on for day. It seems like it's very, very close for EVOS to be able to continue their reign. And I would believe that if it's not RRQ, EVOS can get that Booyah into next game. But for Red Hawks, once again, great performance for today. GOW, though, is not showing up as strongly, similar to what we've seen with PE Sports as well. But let's take a look at the highlights onto who's going against who into those engagements.
Right off the bat, we saw EVOS Divine again going in for this engagement, picking the right fights and basically winning it cleanly, right? So they don't really have to expend too much. RQ also was forced to fight when the game went late, but becoming the third party and surviving that really gave them a leg up. And not to mention that in this final circle, they were already up by 1 man. Russia was trying to play support fire from afar, but unfortunately the front line got dismantled and Russia couldn't really do enough. So RQ playing a very textbook late game that we are very used to seeing them do to win that. This was when EVOS got their first team wipe, and you can see the celebration there. But it's not all smiles and laughter. The other teams who are struggling, you can definitely see the tension.
Yeah, and going back to my point, for EVOS Divine, they need to secure 75 points per day to be able to secure to qualify in the grand finals, at least 80 points for comfort. So it seems like despite of the early losses, they did manage to catch up and they're very close to achieving that goal. But for RRQ, let's not take it away from them that they did grab that Booyah. And RRQ struggled as well in this game. And you can see the determination on how they can set their mind into not falter, not really let go of that winning condition just yet, and just manage on how they can get the Booyah. But let's take a look at the skills right now, and it seems like they're also bringing that Nero from Doots, a little bit of Time Turner from Abe, well, Tatsuya from 18 Deer, which is surprising, and the Skylar from Maal. Tatsuya has fallen down on one of the most used active skill, but 18 Deer probably got used to it, and it's a good thing that he is back in the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see that some teams the meta is a lot more versatile now, right? It's not mandatory to take a Tatsuya or an Oscar, and it really helps us get a good look at the team identity and play style. And in this game, 18 Deer and Abai really putting up a good show. Especially there's been this debate between 18 Deer or Ikao, right? I think the audience is pretty divided on who should be kind of fielded. We saw Ikao in the earlier few rounds and didn't really turn out well, and maybe 18 Deer was sort of like the missing piece of the puzzle, at least for today. And that sort of kind of plugs some of the holes, which I think I can agree with what the general consensus is, whereas that 18 Deer is just a lot more used to playing with RRQ since he has been there slightly longer. Maybe that's kind of what RRQ needs at this point of time.
Well, if this is something that RRQ can continue right now, but let's bring in focus to RRQ as well as their MVP, 18 Deer, the clutch kid that managed to get that 1v3 on the biggest stage of EWC 24, being acquired by RRQ now with 4 elimination, 1786 on the damage, and 4 assists. Him coming back in here in the second half of our knockout stage for RRQ brings a lot more of, I would say, light into what RRQ can achieve as a team.
Oh yeah, just very composed in terms of being the rusher and kind of getting into the thick of the battle. And not only that, you also take away some of the weights from Abai's shoulder. He doesn't have to be the only one that does it, because back then it's either Abai or no one, and that helps, I think, RRQ really set up for that mid to late phase, because you already have a great support system in Dus and Ma'ao, but you need someone to be able to hold that front. I think 18 Deer is sort of what helps Abai alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, let's see though if that continues on, and well, there's just so much that we can see right now. Earlier it was Thailand, now it is Indonesia, but we're still missing a lot of regions, a lot of teams. Though we've put a little bit of highlight as well onto Red Hawks, but we want to see those who are in contention of being relegated. One of which is GOW. GOW currently is in 8, but once they are resting, there might be a risk of them being pushed down if they don't put so much point onto the next game. And you know this, the last game would be in purgatory, and it seems like for the other teams, this is how they feel. They're in the limbo right now.
Yeah, and it's sort of where suffering feels the most painful, right? When you are in a rough spot, purgatory does make you feel even worse. Big maps, vehicles are mandatory, a lot of open fields to fight, and more so, if you miss your rotation window, a late game becomes a lot more harder to navigate.
Yeah, definitely on a huge map, and this is one thing that Danley always point out, because from the time that purgatory has been in, like the changes that has been done in purgatory, there's most of the time the final circle happening in the waters. I think we witnessed that in the previous week as well. And not only that, in Southeast Asia Fall, there's so many instances that the skewed flight path happens in this specific map. So I am smiling right now. If in case that happens, I would be even happier, because that would force some of the teams into engagement, and that's where we will see the caliber of those teams. But I'm also, on the other hand, a little bit of cautious for that to happen, because they don't want to risk being taken out because of just a bad drop spot.
Oh yeah, like skill flight paths, and I think 2 specific maps are extremely deadly. Purgatory being the primary one, and maybe Kalahari is sort of like the second. But in Purgatory, water circles are extremely complicated to navigate, because if you are on the wrong side of the map, you're on like the circle goes north and you're on the south island, but it ends in the water, you are most likely going to lose that round, because swimming is not really an option, right? Like you could swim, but we haven't seen teams really found too much success with it, just because you are essentially vulnerable.
And the introduction of the launch pad as well has changed that game because like swimming back then, you will be targeted so much, and that's where they break off into two groups. If not, everyone would go one at a time. But the launch pad though, there's a huge risk involved right here. But before we go any further, let's take a look at the point check right now. And EVOS Divine really needs the point. They are desperate for that with 167 points. And well, they have overtaken Nova Legions that has 166. But they need to reach a safe line, which is 145. And I did mention that the 245 rather, that 245 is just the minimum that they need to achieve. So, or rather, the maximum that they need to achieve to be able to cross over, and it might change over time.
Yeah, we also did say that if they reach 80 and above, then they can get a bit more comfortable for tomorrow. Right, but it's about putting in laying the foundations first, right? Putting in the hard work early on, so you have slightly more leeway to fall back on. But being able to overtake Nova Legion is a good start, I think, for EVOS. You know, one thing that they hardly think about, at least from the recent runs we've seen, is that they can be behind, but they're just gonna keep on fighting. You know, they're gonna keep on just going aggressive, do what they do, and not be scared off. Because some teams, when they start falling behind, they start playing safe, and it becomes and I think it's a lot more detrimental when you start playing too safe. You stop taking chances. But for EVOS, and the confidence that they have is what separates them from a lot of other teams out there.
Yeah, well, let's see though if that confidence will bring them so much prestige, because if it goes overconfident, then that's where they might be falling down later on. I mean, you know how it is for some teams. They don't play that much, they don't show that much in the early game, and then try to catch up into the borderline towards the latter part. And if that was not achieved, even by 1 point, then that would be a disappointing game, tournament for a team like EVOS Divine. But all hopes aside, they are currently averaging almost 9.9 or 9.8 per match. And if they will be able to continue this, and you know that it also has been skewed because of those low point games, but if the continuation of them getting a lot of elimination happens from this purgatory up until the next day of play, then there's a lot more that they can bring in, and they can easily get to the top 12.
Yeah, without a shadow of doubt. I mean, look at RQ's stats as well, right? Currently number 8 in terms of total eliminations, number 10 in total of damage, and number 7 in total of assists. So sort of in the middle of the table overall, but they are one of the few good examples of a team that is balanced, I think, in both regards, right? Not the best in eliminations, not the best in survival, but very reliable. They never fall too far behind, even on their worst days.
Yeah, but before this day, I was looking at the numbers for RRQ, and when we count the number of points that they have per day, they were ranking number 1. So it seems like with the few games that they play before being introduced into day 2 of week 2, they have a great potential to take in the lead. It just so happens that they did falter, and we know for a fact that RRQ is one of the teams who struggles, especially if those misses are like unexpected. It's not the top dogs taking them down, but it's more of the unfortunate events that's happening all throughout that map, on those rotation, on those engagement, that brings them down. And they've taken so much already. But let's take a look right now onto Brim United team that grabbed 2 Booyahs, 174 on elimination, 121,125 on the damage. That's for everyone all throughout the knockout stage, and 217 on assist. Buriram United across the board, number 1.
Why am I surprised? Or why am I not surprised? You know, that's such a BRU thing. Gotta be first in everything. Even when we last checked in BRU, they have, I think, like, compared to the team in second place in terms of elimination, they have at least 20 or 30 extra eliminations. That's how dominant they are. And that's not even like BRU that's not even like BRU at their most aggressive. I remember when BRU was still playing the run and gun style, they have basically double eliminations compared to placement points. That's how crazy they are. So they have toned down and they are still first.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the movement of the points as well coming from Booyah United. But we're going to get into the next match right now. And as I often says, neither heaven nor hell can save the team that will not be shining bright at this point, because they might be crashing and burning after this game. This is the last game for today and last game for some of the teams that will be taking a rest for the final day of the knockout stage.
Yeah. Especially for Group A. Again, most of them are in the safe zone and en route to qualify for the grand finals, at least, based on the total score and the cut-off points and the benchmark that we set. Let's see if Red Hawks can go out with a bang, right? The final round in the knockout stage, we've seen them really, light some fires, see if they can blow it up one last time and really make life hard for the rest of our contenders.
A little bit of my own fun fact. The second day of each week that Red Hawks has been playing, they are playing even better, because every time Group A and B is happening, they're reaching that 40-point mark. And I guess it's a grouping and rotation as well that they were working on and identifying not so much of a heavy team to contend. So let's see if that will continue on for the final game. For RQ though, they might be meeting up with Team Falcons in a bit. But on the other side, Nero receives a little bit of damage from Hot Shots. And let's see if he'll be able to get away.
Should be fine. Hotshot not going on the chase at all. We saw the WAVs. PE Sports actually are all in the vicinity, just spread out to cover more ground in the early game. Hotshot really not really the team that chases. So PE Sports basically feeling very safe. We did talk about teams that like to take the southern side of the map. Dong Falcons is one of them. They love Fire Brigade. Central for RRQ as always. More the isolated area on the map. But we gotta see the first circle first. Seems like it does encompass majority of the southern island.
Let's see if Southern Island, so well, southern part of the circle, would be safe compared to what we've seen in the first game of this day. But last game, it might be slow for some of the teams, but we are seeing that Trap 7 is already hunting clear vision, and as elimination leader, they will be taking 1 point. But for Guaxa, I see it seems like they have pulled in a few of Red Cliff right here, but Fahim is trying to fight back, but not so much of cover compared to what Guaxa is having right now. Plus that plushie being thrown onto him, chipping off a little bit of damage for Red Cliff's sniper.
TS getting the first blood. Trap 7 with that takedown. Seems like they are gonna reconvene. Red Cliffs gathering up. Good binocular scan from Team Solid, spotting out the entirety of Red Cliffs there. It's a 4v3 in favor of them. It seems like Trap 7 is gonna take point on top of the silo. Makes it there. Good bird's eye view. Red Cliffs might have to back off now.
Let's see if they can back off. Hope though. Being taken out by BZP10 and Team Solid. Well, continuing their reign. Traps right now. Winchester in hand. Leak, who receives a lot of damage, tries to heal up and arm himself with a power foul. But what can he do if he's in the crosshair of Team Solid? And the rest of the teams will be jumping in and trying to eliminate the rest of RC. But some has been revived already. And good enough effort, valiant effort for Red Cliff right now to try and survive. But Team Solid looking solid right now as the elimination leader.
Mash revive from Red Hawks too. We saw Hot Shots getting into a skirmish with them early on. Nova Legion has a kill order out for Floki, but Nova Legion continues to skirt around Moat House. Another area that teams that play slow usually likes to go for, and this lobby coincidentally doesn't have anyone that likes to contest the Moat House, so Nova Legion gets to get a free rotation. But again, you gotta find a vehicle, some means of transportation. If the circle decides to go down south, and Nova Legions will be in a bit of a pickle. As we have seen that effect earlier on, I believe Clear Vision forced to make a very long rotation, and when they finally make it to the circle, they end up having to fight BRU with no chance to breathe. And that's one of the worst situations you can get into on a map like Purgatory.
Yeah, speaking of worst situation, we have Team Falcons right now out in the open. Only nature and one car saving them from being spotted. But what they're doing right now is making sure that that hit list expire before they move in a specific direction. And it's smart for them, because if they start to head into one set of compound, and they will be tracked by RQ. But speaking of tracking, Indonesia region right now going in for rush against Hotshots. Nades not being lobbed and a little bit short though, but Sebaz almost being hit. Good thing he managed to pull off that glue wall, and Hotshots slowly backs away.
Okay, we've seen Hotshots' brilliance in the previous round and how they dealt with BRU. Let's see if they can replicate their tactical success against Nova Legion. The circle is not going to hurt so much yet. A lot of utilities being dumped by Hotshot without much info. Nero about to spoil the party. Lopez didn't expect the backstab. And with PE Sports joining the party, the circumstances have changed. We might not get that 4v4 that we want.
Well, let's see though. And there goes Lopez being back. And it seems like the full team, or probably just just the 3 players still alive for Nova Legions. PE Sports now being seen by EVOS Divine. Ray on very high ground, far away from the rest of the team. Going in, Riptide Rhythm. Time Turner though saves him a little bit as he heals up. And great timing. Even Coach Hill cannot do anything about it. Great Steffi being pulled out, and he is safe right now. There goes all those kills, utilities being thrown at PE Sports, and Lao Ho getting out before the chaos ensues, but he has been taken out by Nova Legion and confirmed. So that is 1 loss already for PE Sports.
It seems like we're going to potentially have this final round go down with the classic EVOS against PE Sports. EVOS going on the aggression. AimGod leads the charge into 4-man. LBT blast him in the face. EVOS now making a call to escape. Rasha didn't really cover much distance with that launch pad, but was able to get a good, at least, point to cover his team if something does go wrong. But Nova Legion and Hoshot are nearby. PE Sports might not be safe. It might be a third and even a 4th party if this drags on. They get the revive onto AimGod. Ray now also needs to relocate. He has Kochu with him. As AimGod, he drops back down instantly. He takes the fight. PE Sports just not catching a break.
A little bit too aggressive though for AimGod, knowing for a fact that he just came back from a revive. But, well, at least the full team's back from the ashes. Let's see on how they're going to fight. And Jonah's already down. M79 coming from EVOS Divine. And here comes AimGod with Bison in hand. But unfortunate, he's not prepared. And he goes down. Even Coach Hill will not be chilling at this point. It's a good thing that Ray is in there, who can manage to go for a pick up. But he needs to recover as well, because here comes Nova Legion going in for the rush.
Nero, Jonah, Jonah and LBT all huddled together. Kochu actually getting some time to heal back up. They're gonna hunt for him. Kochu, good for 1! And that's not good for either of these teams, as Nova Legion finally shows up on the 2nd floor and say, what's up? We're here to clean up 4 good points, and again PE Sports falls victim to EVOS' devilish plans.
Well, one team's gone. Looks like their flame snuff out. And there goes PE Sports out of the picture. And that is courtesy of Nova Legion. Now, 6 elimination already being taken by Team Solid, and they're still in a roll. There goes that Cryo Mine, and Rex cannot do anything, especially with a shot being pointed at him. And despite of being outside tanking the blue, Team Solid still looking rock solid in that fight. Now, Brave United right now being hunted by Hotshots, or I don't know if that is the plan, but I think they know that happened earlier and they want to try their best to do it once again.
Yeah, we can see that revive for EVOS Divine, so they are right back in the game. Nova Legion. What's the contest here at Moat House between Russia and Sabas? See this 1v1. Russia has the Winchester in hand, makes contact, just double shot right in the face Sabas. Can he win this out? As Russia moves on to the 2nd floor, and Sabas will now have to really figure outmaneuver Russia, jumps back down and surprises him. Gives him a good old knuckle sandwich, but contestant number 2 is in the building, is Lopez. Russia half health will not do it. A 1-for-1 exchange.
Well, he inserted a coin, and he's the new challenger in that fight. Now let's see on what Lopez and Floki can do to revive teammates. There is a revive platform in here, and he might be able to bring that. But Sivaz already beat him to it for 1. And Booyah United, on the other hand, is moving in onto next phase of the circle. A little bit of pressure, though, because of the hit list that would expire in 10 seconds. The only question, though, is who has put up that hit list, because they are still in a target and not so much of room to wiggle, because there's GOW, EVOS, and then behind them is Hotshots.
So BRU is going to rotate south side. It's EVOS, you see that recovery. Nova Legend, they should take some time to slow down a little bit as BRU speeds up. There is GOW right in front, and BRU, they want to take the the area, rip instantly, gets blown up. They're not even prepared for that. GOW not given any space and time to adjust.
See if they will be able to live for that fight and then adjust later on. But Booyah United, good spot to take. They are on the edge of the next phase of the circle as well as in the compound. But EVOS Divine also in this corner. I'm loving the position that Booyah United is taking right now. I mean, if one of that guy will be able to go in a triple stack, then they will still be in a good angle to go for a shot against EVOS Divine. But going in onto bird's eye view, we're seeing Clear Vision right now taking a few shots, and one has been picked up. But we still have 11 teams in this fight right now, and Redcliffe, despite of needing to bring back one of their teammates, will be stuck outside and being pressured by Nova Legion.
EVOS sees Redcliffe getting that launchpad rotation. This might be dangerous for Redcliffe, but EVOS decides to not pursue. They gotta prioritize getting into the circle first, so good call from EVOS. Meanwhile, Nova Legion runs into the team Solid. Sabas right in the thick of it. Good glue wall there. Broken down by Team Solid themselves as Sabas gets taken now. Good Valiant dash. Floki tries to back up his teammate, but it might be a bit too late. Harsha eliminated. Tricks on the ground as Team Solid now regroups. Nova Legion gets wiped out.
8 teams remain at this point, and apologies, I was referring to EVOS Divine earlier when I said Nova Legion, but, well, Nova Legion would be eliminated at this point now. RRQ right now in the middle of this phase of the circle, still anticipating the next one, but as we look into Team Solid, seems like they are back from the ashes and they're ready to fight back. For Booyah United, they might need to move a little bit faster. I'm quite sure what's happening with Jonah right now running into the wall, but there's not so much of breathing space for them because they are surrounded. As mentioned earlier, GOW on the right, EVOS on the left, and one player from Redcliffe from behind who is losing HP, and there you go, one team out, and their flames once again has been snuffed out.
And BRU now rotates. This could be a dangerous situation. Wasana just so quick on the trigger. Goodbye, Wonder Kid. You're gonna sleep tight tonight. Moshi with a big explosion on Array. EVOS Divine seemingly standing no chance. Coach Yu wants to help his team, but gets gunned down by Jonah. Everyone from BRU gets a piece of the pie. And Ingal left to his own devices. Moshi says good night, adios, goodbye. And EVOS are out in 7th.
Well, unfortunately for them, there's still a goal that they need to achieve right now, and that has been cut short. But Booyah United is not out of the woods yet. We have GOW and those glue walls being taken out right now. GOW, though, receiving a lot of glue wall melters. Steffi has been pulled out in the perfect timing. It doesn't phase them at all. Illumination already being taken by the Brew team. And let's see if they can rotate out from GOW's way. But on the left-hand side, they do have Clear Vision, who have or might have Clear Vision on them, but as we look, we can see RRQ is focusing on Team Solid as well as Team Falcons right now, slowly moving up.
Yeah, Falcons basically completely avoid the plushie, the cryo mine from Team Solid. They turn their attention to focus onto RRQ, which is the bigger problem now. 18 gear getting ran at, falls back to a secondary layer of glue wall, and Du's able to take down Limit. Pina goes out to Eunice. Clear Vision makes their presence known. Team Solid rise in on the monster truck, and they also want a piece of the party. And no party. A party is no party without Team Solid. Falcons decide that they're gonna build on their own fight and leave Clear Vision to deal with Team Solid. And maybe RRQ to boot as BRU finds a wild GOW and wipes them out.
Well, they have been taken down, and fortunate for Team Falcons, only On Fire will be remaining with a bunch of RRQ surrounding him. There goes the shot. On Fire right now, also receiving a little bit of Cryo Mine action and chipping up on the damage, but Abey will try to heal up. Very close to On Fire, but it would end here. Specialist, the full squad is raining fire on him. Now, 4 teams remain, and it seems like Booyah United has a chance to grab another Booyah. Same goes for RQ, but they will need to deal with Clear Vision first, and they don't have that much. Oh, Wasana with a valiant dash, with a follow through on taking 2 down, but Noshi needs to be picked up, and the rest of the teams backs away.
Clear Vision also down to 2 members. It's RQ and BRU who have the full team left alive, and RQ are not going to wait. Team Solid, you have 2 members left, hiding right behind the boulder. RQ have no idea, preoccupied by BRU. Is it a backup chance? It seems like that window has passed as the Kingdom strikes. This time when the iron is piping hot on the BRU to send them on the truck over Jonah's head. They wipe out BRU. And Guaksha and BZP10 finally show their faces. 3v2 in favor of the Kingdom. They also won their back-to-back. It seems to be a twofer galore today in terms of Booyah. And RQ Kazu have a dang good chance of making that a reality.
Let's see, Flaming Glory awaits. Who's going to bring home this Booyah? There goes the rush from 18 Deer and takedown onto BZP. Only Guaksha remains, and 18 Deer is still rushing on. Tatsuya in hand, and Maal beats him to it. There goes RRQ for a back-to-back, and 3 back-to-backs in one day is something else.
As Abai stretches his arms for a day well concluded, RQ Kazu closes Day 2 of Week 2 of the knockout stage with a back-to-back Booyah of their own. And right in the home soil of Jakarta, you could not have asked for a better good night's sleep for our Indonesian reps.
Definitely having great night's sleep for these teams, but I'm really excited to see that some teams that we were expecting to really rock it on in the early parts of the knockout stage are slowly building up. Not quite sure if this is more of studying the opponents or everyone else in the grouping for the first week, and then this is where they bring everything into plan. But for RRQ right now, they have been dubbed the mastermind, and seems like they are envying Thailand and grabbing that 2 Booyahs. So let's take a look as well as a final moment, because it seems like with 18 Deer, part of Mix, they're always surviving in a full squad, and he's always, or almost a full squad, but always in front, not even receiving any damage.
Yeah, and again, RQ had quite a roller coaster of a day. It started off with, had a quite rocky start, made a bit of a substitution, they bring 18 Deer back in, and suddenly all was well. So something to keep an eye out for as we head into the last day of the knockout stage tomorrow between Group B and C. And RQ gets another chance to cement their presence in the global finals. But today has been eventful, right? Falcons gets a double Booyah. BRU says we're gonna get a double Booyah too for Thailand. They tie out the total Booyahs of Thailand and Vietnam, and the Indonesian is like, no one's gonna win today, no one's gonna break even. We take 2 back for ourselves, and RQ is the one that gets the job done.
Well, definitely an eventful day, but despite of even Team Solid being denied of that Booyah, they still remain as one of the best teams in this day. Now, as we look into the game standing right now, we have RRQ Kazu with that Booyah and 14 elimination to boot, and we also have Booyah United with 15 elimination, but unfortunately they were taken out on 3rd place. Team Solid 2nd place, still a decent amount of points, and the three of them has managed to break through the 20-point mark. But for the rest, similar to what we've seen earlier, top heavy and only left with 1 digit.
Yeah, basically a feast for the top 3, right? Again, Team Solid, this entire day has been a story of we get into top 3, we can't close out the game, and you know it's kind of frustrating because you can't figure out the formula to win the round, get the Booyah. But all Team Solid needs to remember is that as long as they qualify for the grand finals, all the pain will be worth it, right? What matters is the Booyah in the grand finals, not in the knockout stage, unless you get a tiebreaker. But if they're positioned, they should be fine and dandy.
Definitely. I mean, one thing I would say for Team Solid, especially for this day, and they got 66% top 3. So it's still it's a huge achievement right now. But that one game, especially Kalahari, they might not have made it top 3, but they were 4th and they had 5 eliminations. So it's almost very close being perfect for Team Solid to be able to get survivability as their final point.
Yeah. As we take at the standings of the day, BRU basically by a mile wins out, 123 points. The only team to reach beyond 100 points. We said that EVOS Divine needed 75 on that, 75 as a baseline, 80 and above to be comfortable. They got 80, right? Right on the dot, 80 points. RQ Kazu 86, Solid with 94 points, and even Team Falcon stepped up with 69 points. And you know, unfortunately, they did slow down a little bit after getting their second Booyah. But overall, I think it's quite a day for these teams. Although PE Sports, though, this is their last round, last day of the knockout stage, and closing it out on a whimper with 39 points.
Well, let's see though if the points that they've gathered so far will keep them safe to be able to get into the grand final, in spite of not playing for tomorrow. But we're taking a look at the highlights right now. But I want to point out as well that for PE Sports, they did as much as possible that they can do for the final 2 games to put themselves afloat. So I guess there's nothing really to worry for PE Sports. But as we look into the game earlier, a few contenders like Red Hawks and Red Cliff has been eliminated a little bit early, which is unfortunate because they were on a roll beginning of the day.
Yeah, they truly were. In the last moments, I think Team Solid, they weren't really sure if they wanted to be a part of that that 4v4, and when they finally took the chances, it was slightly too late, right? Because RQ, they made quick work of BRU, but either way, it was a fight well fought by all of our contenders. Look at RQ Kazu's, the lineup that they run. Instead of the 8-1-2-4 like we saw from BRU, they have the Skylar for Ma'ao for ease of destruction of these fortified glue walls.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a Skylar plus a Nero. It's just making sure that no one would be putting up any glue walls or putting it up for long. And it's just surprising that 18-0 didn't switch to an Oscar, making it a triple threat against a glue wall. But it is what it is right now. He's just going in for his comfort pick in terms of active skill, but it's more of the balance as well as the loadout. But when we look into the elimination, assist, as well as damage, it's 18-0 once again taking, or rather, Sma'al taking the lead, but 18-0 still on 4 spree. Same goes for Toots. And a sniper, most of the time you've seen him from a distance, but he can also play up close and personal. And when the team is regrouped, seems like that's where 18-0 is providing so much cover for Ma'al at that point.
Yeah, and 18-0 also acts as, we say that he's a secondary kind of point of anchor in the front line, but he's also the one that is creating space, right? Creating chaos for Ma'ao and Abai to really start making work of their opponents. The MVP for this game is Ma'ao, one of our young king snipers in the Indonesian scene with the VSK 94, the Skylar in hand, just full on sniper loadout. And from the long range support, I think today he has had a fantastic day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great game coming from Ma'al right now, and I'm really loving how Ma'al is still, I mean, the threat that every team needs to watch out for. And well, let's see if RRQ can bring more prestige to the game right now as the day is over and we have concluded 6 games, and still quite surprising that all those matches has ended up quite quickly. And I didn't expect that it's already the end of the day.
Yeah, it's today flew by pretty fast, but all the games, incredibly high octane. Teams were really going for hard reads while getting so many, 4 or 5 team in an all-out war that kind of, I think, is setting us up for pretty good grand finals next weekend. I want to see if this trend carries on into tomorrow, right? When B and C faces off, is this going to be the thing, or is this just a Group A versus Group B thing? Because we do have some heavy hitters, some aggressive teams from Group A.
It would be tough though. It would be tough if it would continue on, because some of the teams would really need to catch up in points, and if the quickness of the game happened, we might see more of the top heavy game standings at this point, leaving the rest just getting in or the chip of those points. But we're going to go in for a room of pressure interview, and let's see what they have to say right now. I'm really looking forward to this. So we'll be right back. Don't go away.
All right, thank you, casters, survivors. We are now back in the room of pressure to have another interview, this time with 2 of Indonesian team representatives. We have Dudes from RRQ and, of course, Rasha from EVOS Divine. I think I'm going to go to Rasha first. So you mentioned earlier that EVOS is going to be playing more aggressively, and you guys did exactly that. Right now, you are tied with Nova Legion with 175 points. But Nova Legion is currently ahead with 5 total eliminations. How confident are you that the team can make it to the top 12 tomorrow? Kan tadi kamu bilang mau main lebih agresif, dan akhirnya kebukti nih, EVOS agresif banget mainnya, bahkan sekarang poinnya tuh jadi sama seperti Nova Legion 175 poin. Memang Nova Legion masih unggul di total elimination points. Tapi melihat hasil ini, apakah kamu yakin EVOS bisa mengamankan posisi 12 besar besok?
Pastinya, karena kita nggak fokus ke hashtag 12 saja, kita juga fokus ke hashtag 8 karena kan poinnya mendekati.
Okay, so of course they're very confident that they'll make the top 12 tomorrow. They're actually aiming at the number 8 in the total standings, because the point is it's possible for them to achieve that much points tomorrow. And yeah, Rasha is very sure that EVOS is going to do consistently tomorrow as well.
Yes, I do believe that with the performance they achieved today, of course, EVOS Esports, I believe that they can get to the top 8 tomorrow and definitely join the grand finals. Good luck to you, Rasya, and EVOS as well. All right, so dudes, as you can see, we're having all the LED lights here. Do you think it is important or even a must for both RRQ and EVOS to reach the grand finals here in Jakarta?
Menurut Dut sendiri, sepenting apa sih EVOS dan RRQ tuh sama-sama masuk ke grand final di Jakarta, Indonesia, apalagi mainnya di Indonesia Arena?
Ya harusnya penting banget lah, karena kan Indo cuma 2 tim ya, masa jadi nurun lagi 1 kan. Ya, pengennya dua-duanya lolos.
Okay, so it's a must, it's a necessity. Indonesia only have 2 teams anyway, so yeah, we're gonna make sure that both of them are into the grand finals at Indonesia Arena.
Lovely, lovely. Well, of course, it's essential, right? Really needed thing.
Is.
All right, so is anything they want to send to the viewers and of course the fans for both Rasya and Dudes?
Okay, I think we're gonna go to Rasha first then. Rasha, apa yang mau disampaikan buat fansnya EVOS dan juga keluarga kamu yang lagi ngedukung?
Ya, dukung kita terus lah, karena kan kita juga berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk main di Indonesia Arena. Kita nggak mau kayak global kemarin.
Betul. Oke, kalau Dudes?
Sama.
Ya, buat fans RRQ tapi kalau tadi fans EVOS kan.
Ya buat Kingdom ya, dukung kita terus sampai kita di grand final nanti ya. Semoga di Indonesia Arena kita ramaikan lah nanti.
Amin. So to summarize all the answer, thank you so much for supporting us. And they're gonna try their best to be the best for the fans, the family, all the supporters, and they'll make sure that they're going to perform at the Indonesia Arena and they're not going to disappoint.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's go back to the casters, shall we? Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Yunsu Conchita. There you have it, folks. It's Dudes and Rasha, both giving their views on how Indonesia is looking on the global stage. We only have 2 representatives out of the 4 that we had from the fall season, and they obviously want to make it to the grand finals at the Indonesia Arena next weekend in front of the home crowd. But more importantly, Rasha confident that they will at least make it to the top 8 spot to qualify for next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite specific that they're targeting top 8, but right now it's also quite refreshing that they were able to get a lot of points right there. It might not be too early, it might not be early from what we expected, but at least every time they pop off, they get a decent amount of elimination and points to bring themselves up. So let's see on what they can do, because there's still another match they will be playing, but in a bit we're going to see a few more of what's going to expect, because the best predator is up right now, and let's see who's getting all those elimination from this game. Husky.
Yeah, best predator is going to go to Captain Jonah from BRU. But we also have the rankings from 2nd to 5th. Wasana comes in 2nd with 19. Wonder Kid Rasha in 3rd with 17. We got Trap 7 with 15 and 4 from Team Solid. And of course, the Sniper from Team Falcons with 13 eliminations in 5th spot. But man, Jonah, I think he's one of the few non-Russia player who is also a captain of the team, multi-World Series winners. That is the Fragger, Bomber, and Sniper all in one package.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, currently 4th when we look at it in total elimination at this point, and it seems like he's not slowing down. He's the one leading them in mentality as well as into the fray, and I'm really loving that Jonah, despite of the tenure, is still on the board right now. But we're going to see the team of the day right now, and the team that has broken the record of the top scores, or the highest scores that can be taken by a day. It is Booyah United with a total of 123 points, 2 Booyahs, 68 elimination, and 43,774 on the damage, and they have beaten PE Sports with that 110 points that they grabbed from 3rd day.
To some, it's an achievement, but to Booyah United Esports, it's just another Saturday. Either way, they've given us a heck of a performance today, right? Started off shaky a little bit. You know, we had some moments where they lost fights, but it's due to the brilliance or the innovation of other teams like Hotshot, who has made a mark. But at the end of the day, consistency is key, and BRU always has it locked in. Let's check out our MVP of the day as well. It's gonna be, of course, Captain Jonah, Predator of the day, and also Captain of the team, and the MVP of the day, another MVP for him.
And there's one reason why a team has put in Steffi as their active skill, because if he used that M79, you would expect at least 2 or 3 will be eliminated at that point. We've seen a preview of what Jonah and the team can do when they start lobbing those grenades, and it is worth to watch. Now, he's the member of the team right now, the captain. He is all around when it comes to Booyah United, and he will not be backing down if in case the question of who can get themselves to the board is put up into play.
Yeah. If you want someone that knows how to walk the talk, that's gonna be BRU. So for now, we're gonna talk to the winning team of the day and have our host do the job. Let's see what they have to say. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Okay, thank you, casters. We're back on stage with our team of the day, Booyah Sports. Congratulations, you guys. It is such an honor for us to interview you. We have Jonah here as well as Wasana. I think we're gonna just go straight into the questions then. So the first one goes to Jonah. So you guys currently sits first in the overall standings and looks very set to advance to the grand finals. But other interesting statistic is that you are currently the player with the most FFWS Global Finals appearances, 6 in total. What does that mean to Jonah?
ตอนนี้ทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตก็คืออยู่อันดับ 1ของตารางเรียบร้อยแล้วก็คือเตรียมพร้อมสำหรับเข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแต่ทีนี้คำถามพิเศษสำหรับโจนะก็คือเราเนี่ยแข่ง Global Final มาแล้ว6ครั้งใช่ไหมคะการแข่งทั้ง6ครั้งเนี่ยมีความหมายยังไงกับเราบ้าง
ก็อยากติดท็อป 3 ทุกๆครั้งเลยครับแต่รอบนี้อยากได้ที่ 1 มากกว่าเพราะว่าอยากทำเพื่อป้อนด้วยใช่ครับ
Okay, so I would like to be at least top 3 in the global finals, and I would like to do my best at a legendary, and also do it for Wasna as well.
Oh, because he mentioned something about being a Free Fire legend in the media day. So yeah, Okay. Yunsu, do you want to ask the next question?
Yeah, I think Jonah is about at the peak of the legendary of Free Fire esports already. So thank you, Jonah. All right, hello, Wasana. All right, earlier we learned that more than 15 players voted you as the most overrated player in FFWS 2025. What is your reaction to that, and do you agree with this? And why do you think that everyone sees you in that way?
สำหรับคำถามนี้สำหรับวาสนาก็คือมีผู้เล่นมากกว่า15คนที่แบบโหวตให้เราเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบว่าไม่ได้เก่งจริงอย่างที่เขาว่าเรารู้สึกยังไงกับคำพูดนี้แล้วเรามีรีแอคชั่นต่อคำพูดนี้ยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไม่ได้สนใจนะครับเพราะผลงานมันก็เห็นกันอยู่แล้วอะก็เวลาเจอในสร้างห้องหรือในแข่ง C4 อะไรก็ไม่เห็นไหวกับผมสักคนเลย
I don't care that much about what other people think because you can see our performance. And by the way, when we have practice or scheme, like nobody can beat us anyway.
Oh. Ooh, I'm liking that answer somehow. It's very Wasana.
Confident, ask himself.
Yeah. Okay, so last question. It's for the both of you, Joanna and Wasana. Looking ahead to the grand finals, is there any particular team that you cannot wait to face?
ในขณะที่เรากำลังจะเข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วเนี่ยมีทีมไหนบ้างไหมที่เรารอไม่ไหวละที่อยากจะเจอทำไมด้วยนะคะ
ก็ทุกทีมนี่ว่าพวกผมเจอได้หมดเลยทุกทีม
Forwards now can be all the team that look at me as an overrated players.
So it's payback time. It's time to really show your qualities, right? Okay, thank you so much for having this interview with us. Congratulations once again. Now let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
And there you have it. Thank you very much, Conchita, Yunsul, and Bun, and also Wasana and Jonah. I really love every time Wasana is an interview because he's like, it doesn't show in his face, but the confidence is there in his words. He just wants to show everyone who marked him as overrated that they will be taken down. Mark his words.
Just because he hasn't won a World Series just yet doesn't mean he's overrated, all right? He's just coincidentally surrounded by people who have won the World Championship 2 times. And we have Jonah, who is in attendance for 6 times already. That is a huge feat. If we have a Hall of Legends, the Hall of Greats, Jonah is definitely one of the first few inductees.
Yeah, imagine, like, as young as what Jonah is, I won't spoil what his age is, but he is one of the legend in one of the biggest game in the world. And that's already an achievement. But again, similar to what I said in my tier list, a victory, another championship would cement that record, that prestige, that aura. So hopefully this is the year for them to bring the trophy back. But seems like they're still showing it off on knockout stage, and well, let's see on what else they can bring, because it seems like with what they worked out for today, and we're going to see that in a bit, they've managed to at least put themselves already ready for that grand finals.
Yeah, and all of our teams have sold the fields, and a lot of them have also reaped the rewards. Let's check out the overall standings to see, to get a good feel of who has already locked in that playoff slot and who is close to locking in playoffs. Of course, BRU in first place. They've overshot the benchmark, so they are definitely in top 12. I don't think they are going to fall out of top 12 anytime soon. Same as Team Solid. PE Sports in a very stable spot as well, even though they don't have any more play days. But 273 points is a very comfortable spot to be in, followed by RQ Kazu, Falcons, AG, Fluxo, GOW, and Movistar R7 on page number 1.
Yeah, well, definitely there's a lot that will be shown for tomorrow, especially for those who will be introduced into our next day, because we're talking about Group B and C, and that is where Movistar R7 will be, and as well as AG and Team Fluxo. So there will be a little bit of shake-up right there on the first page, but on the second page, it seems like for Red Hawks, who will be playing their last game for today, they will not be able to cross over onto that 12th spot. And even if they do for today, a lot of teams would be overtaking them, and it's just unfortunate. But teams did show their potential for that last day in the knockout stage.
Yeah, and tomorrow it is do or die for some of these teams. You know, EVOS Divine, Nova Legend, Heavy, and E1. I think these 4 teams are going to be really duking it out to make it to the grand finals. Considering that EVOS Divine, they're going to lose the tiebreaker against Nova Legion if we just look at the current standings, right? They don't have a Booyah, they have lesser eliminations, and they're tied in terms of points. So got to keep an eye out for that because EVOS Divine, they have a mission to fulfill, and that is to join RRQ Kazu in top 12.
And let's see if they'll be able to do so, because it seems like from how they started the knockout stage, it is a slow run. But I couldn't say the same for today, because right now it was, I was not expecting it to end that quickly, but I guess everyone else is so heated up to get that much point. And I'm really excited on how tomorrow is going to start as well as end, because that would be the conclusion of the knockout stage and also a determining factor of who's getting into the grand finals.
Yeah, and then I think that is also going to set us up, right? Because again, Indonesia Arena is where we're going to be at for the grand finals. So if you can't overcome the pressure now, imagine the pressure when you get onto that grand stage. But it's all a good setup for a finale that is inevitable in around a week. I think tomorrow is going to give us an even more intense show with how high the stakes are and how we want to bring that trophy back to Southeast Asia. But for now, that's it for me. It's Husky and Neptune for today. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Same time for the last day of the knockout stage and to figure out who will enter top 12. Goodbye and good night.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now this. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird of the competition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now this. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird of the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, 2 things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm high. Just look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, now that is Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain.